There's a lot of fun. Very chill game to play. For those who don't know Farming Simulator, so we're going to be checking out Farming Simulator 25 today, and we are going to be doing the Riverbend map with precision farming turned on. We did have a poll on the Discord basically saying, hey, do you want me to start like a new map? Because we are going to be doing the precision farming map, it is going to significantly change things. I know there have been a push from a couple people who wanted me to start a brand new Survivor Man run. I didn't want to do that without loosening things up, because the point is to check out the precision farming stuff. And just the big issue with that is, oh, we can do it this way. The big issue with that is just the fact that, if I go with that, it'd be like 4 or 5 streams until we could start any of our own fields, and that kind of defeats the point. So we're not going to be playing on our, no loans, no leases, brutal settings I normally do, because it'll just take us too long to actually check out the new content. It would literally take us like 6-7 streams, and we got roadcraft and everything coming, so that wasn't going to happen. Not that I'm not down to play this run for a long time, but we'll figure it out. So the reason I did this setup, so we put ourselves... I honestly don't think the hard or normal economy will matter that much. I actually found the hard economy doesn't really impact things that much. I'm starting us with having the loan and the starting money. Why not just pick up the last save? I put it up for a vote, and that didn't win. And if you're like, but wait, I didn't see the vote. I do a lot of that stuff that requires more time on the Discord. But yeah, so I had the vote was between continuing our existing save and just slap the precision mod on there, which I did check would work. The other one I had to start a new Survivor Man Challenge style map, but with loans and leases allowed and all that, because normally I don't allow that. And whatnot. And then the last one was start a new farm on a standard map such as Riverbend. And that is ultimately what won by more than double the vote. Like it had half the votes by itself, versus the other two had the other, like, we're split quarter and quarter. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and do Riverbend. I did notice the Universal Autoloader mod got broken, that I have to get a new version, that's not in the store. I'm going to go ahead and turn off some of these other ones as messing around with other stuff. All the rest of the stuff here, while you see a lot of mods here, these are all official Giant software stuff. And these are the ones that weren't. So we're basically running nothing but stuff that Giant Software has released themselves, and this is the one we're talking in question here, the Precision Farming. You'll notice it's actually flagged as a DLC. It is free, you don't have to go Steam Store, it is just on their mod thing, but it is treated as a DLC for purposes, even though you get it like a mod. And that's because it's a thing that you probably don't want to run on every save unless you really enjoy that style of gameplay and all that. So you got all that going on. I'm going to go ahead and turn on the music here. Well, not the music. Turn on the game sound in just a moment. For those on YouTube watching this later and you're hearing nothing, I did kill this game sound just until we get into it, because the music is a bit of a bop, but it does blast, and it doesn't stop, and it loops. So I opted to turn off the game sound until we get there, because even if you turn off the music sound, it still plays the music on the title screen, so that's a weird decision. But to get the idea of some of the differences, when we get in here, some of the new mechanics is, one, instead of all soil being consistent throughout all of the farms, you'll have like sandy loam soil, clay soil. I don't know the different types, but there's like 5 or 6 different types of soil. They will generally cater better to certain crops versus others. So you go to your field and you do like a soil sample survey of your field. It'll be like, okay, this field is mostly clay. All right, well, that's going to determine, like, here's these handful of crops that work well in mostly clay soil. You get bonuses for, handling the weeds. You'll get a little bit of a bonus to your production and get more money. You can get a bit more production and money if you properly till your soil, so instead of just plowing it every single time, using stuff like the drill planters and, I believe it was drill planters, I think, gave you the most, and then the, I think cultivating does relatively well as well, versus plowing doesn't give you the bonus, because plowing again and again, I guess, has a negative effect on the soil long term. Alright, so let me go ahead and turn the game sound back on. Alright, so we'll just use that. Okay, so we are on Riverbend. It'll take just a moment for the shaders to all that get compiled. This is a brand new run. We do have $100,000, but that $100,000 is, if we look at here, a loan. So we're effectively starting with $0. I'm not going to disallow loans and leases right now, but I don't think we'll be able to check out a bunch of the stuff thing. But yeah, so you see precision farming, it's got this, but we can't see it all. That's because we don't know what the situation is. But you can see here, actually it is telling me. So it's saying this is 30% loamy sand, sandy loam, silty clay. You get the idea. The expected yield potential is in that area. So there are fields that are better than others, and that's all considerations. Mostly it just means we're going to have some fields that we decide to do whatever. You've got the soil pH. Again, I can't see that right now. But instead of like normal where we just blast everything with lime once every 2-3 years and thumbs up, we'll actually put down less lime, but it'll be more hit and miss and all that. And then different plants have different desired amounts. You've got nitrogen, that's just fertilizer. That's all you need to know is that's fertilizer. So instead of, again, you do your 2 passes and you're good, depending on what you're growing and a whole bunch of stuff, you can actually do pretty well. The yield is just based on all of these other conditions, how good it's supposed to produce. And then the seed rate, I believe the seed rate has to depend on the type of soil and your crop. Now the good news is I don't have to sit here necessarily and go to each and everything and turn it all up and down. A lot of the systems you can set to be somewhat automatic, except for the soil. So the first thing I'm thinking we're going to want to do is let's see if we can't snag ourselves a quick and easy field and start trying to get some money happening. So we check the growth. I've got a bunch of fields here that do have crops. And interesting enough, they'll also add track lines because you get bonuses for having those and not crushing your crops and everything. So if we go through some of these fields, we can get some stuff going. So you are what? So you're a wheat field. So if we were to buy field 7, for example, which is way out of our budget, but if we were to buy one of these fields here and then lease a harvester, we could make a good chunk of that money. Oh man, field 24 is $500,000. I had, like, me and Sui messed with this map a little bit, but it really didn't mess with a lot of this much. Man, almost all those fields are out of my budget. So so the shopping area is here. So field 10, and the problem is it's got this huge extra area of trees around it, and I think that's super hilly. So it's probably these fields over here is where we want to start. So I'm going to end up needing to probably do a contract or two or take an extra loan. These contracts blow, so we're not doing those. So I guess we're going to borrow some money, which I figured was going to happen. All right, so let's go ahead and push to 200,000 real fast. We are going to go in here. I'm going to plan to get this field first. Let's see what crop you are growing. So you are growing here wheat. So let's buy this field. And then first thing we need to do is just get ourselves any special sales. Nothing useful to us. Let's go ahead and get ourselves a crappy harvester. We don't need anything fancy. Right now, we're just trying to make do. So for the moment, I'm actually going to grab you, and I'm going to lease you for just a couple of $1,000. And I want to grab the header. I'm going to lease the header for a couple $1,000. So at this point, we have spent about 110,000 to get that field and what's on it, but we don't, like, we've incurred debt to do that. All right, so our field is way over there, so we just got to go down to the road over here and head west, and we'll be able to head down that way. But then one of the things we are going to end up needing is we will need a decent tractor. And the good news is if we look at the new equipment, most of the new equipment isn't that bad. Ooh, I don't actually know what area it's under. I know if I switch over to showing it by brand, it's this one. Yeah, so we've got this thing is the one for doing the soil sampling, and then this is another one for you can use this sensor to make fertilizer machines work better, which we may or may not need. Some of the machines you get with the fertilizer basically have the sensors built in, some don't. The ones that don't, then you just need that extra extension. Alright. I'm also really curious when we, Wait, am I going the right way? Yeah. I'm also curious when we go and do all this, you have it where it generates the track lines with precision farming. So when you go up to these fields, you'll see, instead of like normal when you're playing the game, you would just have to drive, like you would just crush your crops, or you just have to make sure you don't do a process that you can't follow. You'll notice we have the paths there that go through there, and they're set at a distance so you'd be able to drive through there with the fertilizer vehicle or whatever. That's when we'd have to set up. And all that contributes to your score. Like if we look at this field under the precision farming, it'll have a score, and right now it's neutral because we haven't taken the survey sample, so we have no idea how it is. But we'll have to go through that. Yeah, so step 1, we bought some land. Step 2, get our money from our first harvest. After we do that, we're going to want to get a tractor and the soil sampler. So I believe I can also just go through here and I can just purchase the soil cost. Yeah, so it cost me 1,000, which honestly is probably the most economical way to do it. When I was messing with doing the soil sampling myself off stream because I was warned that this mod might have some bugs, I didn't experience any, which is why we're doing it. I did find running the soil sampler manually was not amazing, but at the same time, we'll figure it out. Oh, I wonder if the sign command... Let me see if that's even turned on. Because we turned that off after a while because nothing was happening with that. Let me see if the sign command's turned on. I don't have the thing showing. Yeah, I don't see the sign command. I think I might have gotten rid of it when, you know, it didn't come up for like, you know, several months. Yeah, no, it's just one of those things I wasn't really expecting to use it more. Not in the near term. Alright, so you can go ahead and use... that. Alright. Two more signs down. Yeah, that's gonna happen. There we go. I don't know if it makes a difference to be doing the straw swath or not, but I could see that mattering with precision farming. Just in the fact that by laying the straw back down all over the ground, all chopped up, it'd be giving us some of the nitrogen back in the soil. So the goal is to try and get what we can done this in-game day to make some map. 3-1 on the way in. Yeah, if it was easy for me to set it up on the fly, I would. I still have the count. I haven't deleted the count from it. But when I was doing some bot maintenance, I was cleaning up a bunch of commands. Because this was things that... It's one thing to have, like, secret commands and all that. They're, like, fun whatevers. But commands that do show up where people can check for them, I try to keep the commands to a reasonable amount that if people like pull up the whole list, it's not, you know, page after page after page. So we do end up disabling or deleting commands after a while. Did I actually like delete that command? I didn't see it, but Oh! No, actually, here. The command is there. So I turn the command back on. It's hit sign. So not just sign. I'll see here in a minute if I have the label still. I still have the text file. So it's exclamation mark hit sign is the command for the sign, not just sign. No space. Commands can't take spaces. Yeah, so we don't have the label on the screen. I think that'd be too much to try and set up. But there's that. And once I do another pass, I need to. We're not 62? No, you're gonna have to how do you reset the count? Oh, don't worry about resetting the count. I figure it's fine to be cumulatively forever. So basically use the command 2 more times. Like, there might be a cooldown you might have to contend with, which, you know, you get it. Okay, meanwhile, I need to move... you... up here again. And I need to grab where it says fractal. The fractal could stay down there. It's fine. Yeah, no, it's 64, because the whole reason we started that is we were doing that when Farm Sim 25 dropped, we were working on the temple for a dare drop, and you know, people were like, you should add a command for English signs. Like, you know what, that's not a bad idea. And so we did. But because like that big objective was to build the temple, the joke was that we were sacrificing the signs to the temple. That was fun. It did take a while to get that temple done. Yeah. You had something before the command? Yeah, but there's no going back and quantifying what it was and just dumping a bunch in there and being like, okay, makes it so it's not accurate to anything. Alright. Yeah, so first thing we do is we just clean up this field real fast. Where's the nearest sell point, by the way? I don't remember Riverbend map that well. Was it the sell point in this garbage up here? I think it was. Let's check real fast. So if we go to the crop prices, we go to wheat. The grain silo in the farmer's market. Tiny Rock, you made mistakes, purposeful. Made mistakes purposeful. Okay. So let's see. So we've got... There's a grain barge. Oh, yeah, no, absolutely. There was definitely times I just went smacking a bunch of buildings. There's a bakery. Manure liquid. Playground maker. Oh, right. This one, the things to build are all those. So there's a grain mill right downtown. Oh, for some of the quality of life changes they've made into the game, one of the new quality of life changes, you can actually set it so your vehicle will start to slow down at the end of a pass. So like right now where you do the cruise control thing, or whatever, GPS, and with the GPS, it'll just keep going forever. You can have it when it reaches the end, it'll just automatically decelerate. I'm trying to find... So we have the grain mill over there. There's a cooper, there's a rope maker, oil mill. Where's the farmer's market, though? I figured that'd be right down here in the middle of town. But yeah, no, there's definitely times like I went out of my way to try to not hit signs, and there's definitely times I like went out of my way to hit signs. With that one. I had a lot of fun with that. Now, granted, in practice, what the temple was towards the end, because we were just trying to get the dare drop to happen, because it gave me, I think it was 2 keys to give away to the channel of the full game, is I do think we just started rushing it at the end, where it was just buying up the supplies. Maybe I have to zoom in. There's the animal dealer. I'm looking for... Here, let's go to the prices again. Farmer's market, tag place. The farmer's market is where? Oh, way the hell up there. Okay. So it's looking like probably my best bet is there's a grain mill down here. That's probably where we're going to need to drop the wheat. I'm hoping I can get it all in one harvester full. If not, then it probably does make sense for us to try and get ourselves a tractor and a trailer. Because we're going to need the tractor regardless. It's just we have to be careful. We can take, I think it's 500,000 is, I believe, what you can borrow at the beginning. But it does have the thing of then I'm paying the loan every single month. It'll be a couple thousand. And you might have noticed, if we're looking at the precision farming, the environmental score here is real bad, that the nitrogen is terrible. So we'll need to get that sorted. And it's not giving me a lot of information. We just have here that the expected yield is terrible. And the reason it's terrible is we are harvesting the crop. Wheat in real life is pretty rough on how much nitrogen it draws out of the soil, so it's a very fertilizer-intensive crop. And so we will need to re-fertilize the soil to get any meaningful output. Which should shock no one. An added bonus of running precision farming is, for those who remember, when you're not running precision farming, you do a passive fertilizer, and then you just have to, like, do something else, whether it's like another process or wait a day before you're allowed to do more fertilizer. That's not the case with precision farming. Precision farming, you just put down the fertilizer you need. If you need more, you just put down more. You don't have those to play. I think we're gonna have just enough wheat here. No, actually, I might be able to get the whole thing in there. Yeah, we might be able to get all the wheat in here in one harvester full. But yeah, so the things we're going to need to do is we are going to need to buy a tractor. We're going to want to get the soil sampler device, whatever it is. Because for me, at least, I could just do the thing where I right-click and say, here's $1,000. You know, please sample all my soil, please, for me. It feels like more meaningful to do it myself. That is the thing. Now, I do know that the soil sampling has a duration it's good for, so you soil sample. The type of soil, I believe, remains the same forever. But like stuff like the pH and the nitrogen, I believe, do change over time. And I don't know how long it's good for. It's at least a month. But at some point you eventually need to resample your soil to do all that, which is true of real life. Now, as a reminder for those who haven't been around, I don't have any commercial farming experience or like particular knowledge there. That said, I had for a very long time a very, very significant hobby when it comes to gardening. So I have done stuff like managing pH in my soil. And so while the fertilizer in the game only cares about nitrogen, I had to do the more thing where it's like the nitrogen, the potassium, the phosphate, or phosphate, phosphorus, whatever the other one is. And that you'll have like this plant has this balance it needs, that plant has a different balance it needs. So I've done all that on like the small scale home garden kind of rate. But I don't have the, anything that gets like the commercial farming equipment, like industrial scale, is where my knowledge has huge gaps. But in this one, you only deal with nitrogen, which, to be fair, from my understanding, is the primary one that you have to worry about with commercial farming most of the time. A lot of your leafy greens have lots of nitrogen requirements. Stuff like your wheat and barley and oats and all that have significant nitrogen requirements. It's not until you get into stuff like, you know, tomatoes and peppers and those that you start running a bit more into other requirements. Even then, I want to say nitrogen is always the big requirement. Kind of like how the air we breathe, you only want a certain percentage of it to be oxygen. If you get pure oxygen, it's actually can be potentially toxic for you. Or just the same, with too little oxygen, and you know, you sit there and you'll be breathing a lot, but you'll struggle to actually feel like you've gotten a full breath of air. So it's kind of the same thing. But just like in real life, if I put too much stuff into the air you breathe, it's not really a great example. It can be harmful. It's the same with plants. If you get soil that's just way too saturated with fertilizers, you can actually burn the root systems of plants, and it's a chemical burn. That you can burn the root systems of plants and kill your plant. It's one of the common mistakes that home gardeners will make, is they'll just be like, oh, my plant looks a little sad, clearly I don't have enough fertilizer. Oh, my plant looks sad, clearly I don't have enough fertilizer. Oh, my plant looks sad, clearly I don't have enough fertilizer. And then suddenly the plant just falls over dead because you gave it like 3-4 years worth of fertilizer in the course of like a month. It's just the other, like, just the same. A lot of home gardening, watering is one of the things that they do really wrong. Alright, let's go get that tractor figured out, because I just remembered with these grain mills, it can be an absolute pain to get the harvester into them. Because this patch has sorted out some of the flickering with while driving that some people are complaining about too. Gotcha. I heard they had a lot of stuff. I did have one person who they said they were having a really rough time with stability issues and all that. Sorry, like things not working right. Which is why I did some testing yesterday evening after I got home. Because like if it was just crashing or something, we wouldn't have done it today. But I didn't experience any of that. So what we're probably looking at is I'm trying to decide what tractor. So you're going to notice we have a ton of mods here. These are all the ones released by Giant Software themselves. So we aren't just going and grabbing a bunch of stuff from all over. They are supposed to be relatively balanced, just like in Farm Sim 22. Some of them are like, some balance is more balanced than other balanced, I will say. But we are getting back to some of these ones where you get like the tractor that's got really good horsepower for a budget, but like no front connection, those kind of things. Oh, here's one. Yeah, so this is like, I can buy for $15,000, I could put a sensor on my tractor that detects the nitrogen in the soil. Nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, and sulfur are usually needed for good crop growth. Gotcha. Yeah, I've never had to worry about sulfur. That's what I've never had to worry about myself. But yeah, so that sensor here, that's for the precision thing. So if we look down here in the corner, it's saying it will detect the nitrogen stuff as we drive over our field. And so you can do all that. Right, and that was the thing. And apparently one of these sensors, like the cheaper one you put on your tractor, only works during the daytime because of the technology it uses, whereas like the big one that goes in the front of your tractor is an active sensor which works at night as well. So what I gotta decide is what we're doing for our vehicle. So that's actually pretty decent horsepower for the price. Like that's a cheap tractor, because I'm getting 140 horsepower on that tractor for next to nothing, but it doesn't have a front hookup. Whereas that's 145, 150, 130. That one's... What is your drawback? That you're 147. What am I looking at with you? What is this monstrosity? That is a funky tractor. It looks like it's got the hookup in both the front and the back for relatively cheap and is a decent horsepower. The miles per hour is fine. Am I missing something? I mean, it's manual power shift, but I really never have cared about that in this game. For 57,000. You know, John Deere here. That probably just means when I shift gears, it hangs for an extra second, which I don't really care. Let's see, you never worked on a farm, but you worked on an eco place, and the farmers would plant non-edible crops per farming area that would decompose, providing things they wanted to grow. You don't know the name of the crop they grew. Yeah, so that's, I believe what you're referring to is what's known as a cover crop. So basically, it kind of protects the soil to hold back the nutrients, keep moisture trapped and all that kind of stuff for a while, and then you'd just plow through all that later, or call, like, whatever the technology is. You'd rip that up later to then put down your next crop. So it's kind of like a crop rotation, but you had like a non-productive time to help the soil. And I could see where you do all sorts of rotations around that. Meanwhile, let's take a peek at the medium tractors. So that one's only 63,000. It does have the front and the back hookup and higher horsepower, but its top speed sucks. These ones don't have the front hookup. I might get that one for 63,000. That one for 63,000 is going to be a really hard one to beat. Yeah, that one doesn't have the front hookup. There isn't like a large one that's also like super thing. Hey, Jakala, thank you so much for the 45 stream streak. I really do appreciate that. Yeah, and then when we get to large ones, it's just buku bucks. Yeah, so I think what we're doing is we're gonna look at the Fiat here, because like I said, it's got a good front connection, it's got a good back connection. I'm not going to buy the passive one. I think we'll save the money and use the active one. I can apparently put a front loader connection on there. I'm going to get that while we're here, because that means I have time for the pallets. Added bonus, I can apparently upgrade its engine. And that takes us... That doesn't seem to do anything. Why would I want that? So normally when you do your engine upgrades, you'll end up getting more horsepower or whatever. But that doesn't seem to be changing any stats they see whatsoever, which is weird to me. And farm saying there's, yeah, it's oil radish and grass both count as a cover crop, which can count as fertilization level.
Thank you, Lornell, for subscribing for 15 months.
Thank you, Lornell, for the Prime Gaming sub.
Hi.
I really do appreciate that. 15 subs you've been, or 15 months you've been subbed to the channel, so I really do appreciate that as well. So yeah, I think that's what we're doing. I think we're doing the Fiat. And the rest of this I don't care about. And no license plate. Alright. Yeah, I think that'll do. So we are buying this. It also doesn't let me customize its color or anything else like that. So that'll be our actual tractor. Alright, so the next thing I need is I am going to need a crop trailer. How much crop do I currently have in here? I have 7,800 liters of crop. So let's see. So honestly, almost any of these would work, except for those little tiny ones. There's some of these that are pretty solid. But I am probably going to need to, borrow a little bit for that if I'm going to get something. Because this one here is 19, which is pretty solid and it's cheap. Versus if I do any of the other ones, I got to go much smaller. So I think we're going to borrow a little bit more money and get that one. There's going to be a lot of borrowing money at the beginning because I am trying to get ourselves up and running quickly. Okay, so get that. That should cover us for a while. Wheel setup, cover. I don't care about. Wheel setup, I don't care about. Main color, you can be orange. Select, you don't cost anything to do that. And we will buy that, and okay. Let's see, Mother's Day here in Australia. Me and Mom have had some nice French toast. Then cook barbecue for lunch. I mean, that sounds good to me. Let's see, you've never used your cover crops in your current game? You have a field that's growing carrots on, which as long as you wait to harvest and replanting. So planting radish to get cheap fertilizer and hold off to grow weeds. What field is empty? Yeah, no, that's one of the things that if we look at our field here, I probably can't see all the details on it yet. Yeah, so right now, because of our environment score is so low, we would have our price decrease by 2%. You do get bonuses. One of the things that this mod adds is in a lot of the areas that the mod is considering, there are subsidies for growing cover crops when you're not using it, because it's good for the environment for continuing to have sustainable farms. And it's not a lot of money. Like, I don't know what it is per hectare or whatever, but I want to say it was relatively cheap. But basically the idea is you're having a non-productive field, but you're doing so to make it so that the field is better overall, the environment is in better shape, and then you'll have a better yield in the future kind of thing. So you're future-proofing. And because you're taking that loss right now, they cut you a real small check. Like, it's nowhere near enough to pay for your equipment and the work involved, but it is enough to offset it. Okay. So you loved red radishes growing up in the HomeBot store, but the store ones you don't like. There's a lot of, in real life, there's a lot of crops that you have people having it in-store versus non-store, and they're just not the same. And there's some, it's a more nuanced difference. Like, I find a lot of leafy greens, yeah, getting them fresh is better, but it's not a huge difference to me. Whereas, especially fruit, or like, you know, certain veggies, a lot of those, it's like night and day difference. I haven't gotten to try a lot of those like properly fresh though from like the farm or whatever, just because not living in an area where you can just go down to the street to hit the farmer's market and get it. But stuff like tomatoes and peppers we can get fresh. The one that stands out to me is apples. I grew up north in Michigan, which is like one of the big places that apples come from. And man, you get apples fresh from the orchard, or especially apple cider, where it doesn't have all the preservatives added to it. Then this isn't being like an anti-preservative thing. It's just the apple cider you get at your local grocery store versus like the fresh apple cider are not the same product. Like, very genuinely, they're not the same product. They don't taste the same, and I'm not talking about just one slightly better or slightly worse. They're an entirely different taste. It's still apples, but yeah. Okay. So with that, we've got this field handled. So we're gonna go ahead and get this out of the way. And we're gonna cancel our lease on it. Because the goal is we now have a field that we can potentially work. And I leased these. And I don't know if they fixed, there was a bug about repair, like, you know, getting stuff cheap and then selling it back and all that. We will not be abusing that. Okay, so let's look at the price for wheat. Where can I drop this off and get the best price for right now? The Grain River Silo will give me a little bit better money. So let's go ahead and tag that one. Let's see, yep, there are different subsidies for being eco-friendly in the UK and EU. Leaving wildflowering for bees, having hedgerows for nesting areas, and that sort of things. Yep. And some of those are about, like, just being environmentally conscious forever. Some of it's specifically about sustainable farming. If people don't know what the importance about sustainable farming is, there are areas that used to be, like, really good for farming that aren't very good for farming anymore because just the nature of the crops that they were using were very damaging to the soil, that they drew nutrients out of it that just wasn't getting replaced. Where is that actually at? Which side of the road? Okay, you're on this side, so we want to go this way. Like, for example, here in the US, a lot of the areas that grew tobacco very heavily, a lot of that soil is effectively ruined for farming, that it will take a lot of time and effort to get that to be properly good soil for farming again. Because tobacco just absolutely demolishes the nutrients in the soil. And, you know, going back to, at the time, a lot of the land exploitation was not future thinking. It was about kind of cashing out now. And to be fair, we didn't understand a lot of it. Like, there was definitely, like, the idea of crop rotations and all that kind of stuff already existed in that age. But it was just kind of one of those things that a lot of the farmers, they weren't really worried about 50, 100 years from now. You know, it was the new world. It seemed like resources were limitless, and so they treated it as such. See, the fertilized that were later used to replace a few key nutrients were also very destructive. Essentially, destroyed the ecosystem in the soil. Yeah, no, absolutely. All right, so that harvest only got us about $4,000 something. So that didn't work out great for us. But we did sell it not at peak season, which is probably a big mistake. So we own land, and we own a tractor and a trailer, but we have very little money to our name and a whole lot of debt. Let's see if we had any easy contracts that popped up now. Okay, so we got a lot of contracts. I don't want to get into a habit of just doing a crap ton of contracts if I can help it. So this one we actually have some mowing contracts, which are interesting. So we've got harvesting some canola. That would be an easy one to do. You've got one for harvesting wheat, and oat, and canola. Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to borrow the items for this contract. Because all those harvesting contracts, we could probably stack a bunch of those. So the thing I need to keep in mind with these is I do not want to cancel that first contract, that canola contract at the start, until the others are done. Yeah, no, you're good. Alright. Oh, okay, I was not expecting that to just grapple over like that easy. Alright, so that first contract is field 40, straight off to the east. Okay. Yeah, so what we're going to try and do here is make what money we can real fast. We've already got a decent tractor that's going to at least cover all our basic needs. We've got our trailer. I do have some debt to deal with, which, you know, that's just us doing a realistic, we're starting our own farm from nothing. You're probably going to get yelled at for eating your uncle's massive strawberries. Was worth it. For me, the big one was, I didn't get yelled at for it. It was, 40? Okay, so 40's way up there. I had a neighbor who had, like, a bunch of, like, this raspberry hedge that she kind of grew along the back of her house. That she had, like, this big, like, U-shaped area of raspberries. And as kids, we would go over there. Like, we wouldn't just go over there and tear through it and all that. You know, usually they'd come in and she was a nice neighbor and be like, you know, hey, I've got my fill of raspberries for anyone who wants to go in there and get some raspberries, you're welcome to. And once you unleashed me and my brothers on it, there was no raspberries to be had. But, I definitely remember that with fond memories. It wasn't very many times. Oh yeah, we are going to be wrecking some signs. Yeah, and the only reason I have that cooldown for 10 seconds, I know sometimes I will hit the signs faster than that. It's just, that way the likelihood of two people reporting the same sign and having a count are relatively low. Still happens, but usually that's when someone's like on a really slow connection. And that's fine. Alright. So my plan here... I don't think we can destroy their crops. Yeah, no, crop destruction only applies to your own, even on contracts. Okay. So plan here is we are going to be setting the AI to take this, grab the trailer, and then while the AI is working in this, I'll grab the trailer, bring it over. And then on top of that, I will want to start getting the soil sample stuff going on. Alright, so grab this trailer. And then this is so we can get a contract that gives me, you know, 10, 15, 20,000 while we're working on our things to hopefully mitigate some of this debt I'm incurring. But I will need the thing for taking soil sampling, and we can do that. Because the real challenge is going to be setting up a bunch of stuff for, like, you know, fixing the soil pH, getting the fertilizer down. There's a lot of that stuff we're going to be dealing with. And all of that's investments we have to make. And right now, we're going to be costing $1,000, $2,000 every single month for our loans. So, you take into consideration that, and a full year costs us somewhere in the area of $12,000, give or take. Which means my field, in profit, needs to produce over $12,000, or I literally lose money. Because one of the things about debts in Farming Simulator 25 is they don't work like most most consumer loans. You don't pay principal unless you go out of your way to pay principal. And so that means if I have $100,000 loans and I spend a full year paying it, and the interest I pay like $12,000 down, I have a $100,000 loan. I'm literally where I started. I've just been paying interest the whole time. But if I take the time to spend $5,000 and put it against the principal and knock it down, that means, you know, my next loan payment, instead of being the $12,000, ends up being like $11,000. Sorry, instead of being like $2,000, ends up being like $1,800 or whatever the math comes out to. All right. So meanwhile, while that's doing its thing, let's get the trailer back down to my field, which is field number 3. We drop our trailer off there. And then from there, I'm going to drive back up. We will grab the soil sampling device, whatever it's called, and start doing soil sampling so we can figure out what the pH of our soil is. And the nitrogen we know is bad because it's already let us know it's bad. We can figure out what type of soil we have. And then once we know what type of soil we have, I don't know any of the information regarding, like, what crops are good with what soil. That's part of the reason I haven't bought a seeder or a planter. I didn't get the money to keep that harvester. like I just rented it quickly, is just the fact that I need to know. I have noticed this trailer rides a little bit higher than most of the other ones I've done. Hopefully that doesn't end up being a huge issue for us at any point. Alright, so for right now, since I don't own this field over here, it's gonna be where we drop off our tools for the moment. Yes, the information we do know is, yeah, so the soil, the precision farming soil, no data found. It says we need lime and that weeds are growing. Now, some of the things that you might be going, man, it adds all these layers. That sounds like it's bad news. Why would you want that? So, in a lot of ways, you can actually make much better money with precision farming. Because there's a couple of good things that happen. Like, one, as I mentioned earlier, you don't just blast the field with 2 passes of spray for fertilizer. Instead, what you can do is you only use as much fertilizer as you need. And if you get, like, the really fancy systems, it'll actually, like, spritz on and off as needed to get precisely the amount of fertilizer, which means in practice you use substantially less fertilizer. And then in addition to that, you also have the advantage with a lot of it that, sorry, I'm trying to check the map. You also have the advantage of, with herbicide and all that, you can get the system where it sprays, like, individual weeds as you go over it, and not just, again, blast the whole field going by. Which, again, saves you a lot of money on herbicide as well. And then on top of that, if you do max everything out, I think you can get a yield that's 15% higher or something like that than is possible in FarmSim without the mod. So it does reward you for doing the extra information. And on top of that, a lot of it actually doesn't add much layers. The soil sampling is something, but as I mentioned before, I could literally go and just spend money and just hand wave it away where it just gets done for me. Alright, so let's go into here. Because I will want the soil sampler, because no matter what we're doing with precision farming, that's going to be a need. Okay, so we'll grab you. Yes, that's the soil sampler. It's just a drill. Basically all it is. You don't have... Oh, right. Well, what's a little bit of more debt to go on our debt? Okay. And Kravik, I think it was, yeah, Kravik saying, precision farming in your experience reduces the amount of work by removing the need to fertilize every field 2 times. With the appropriate seeder, you can seed and do the entire fertilizer in a single run. You save money on the amount of lime, fertilizer, and seed you use, and you get a bonus for the eco score. Yeah, no, the entire thing is just like the extra step of needing to do this. But like I said, I can do it the way I'm doing it now manually, or you can just go to the field and be like, hey, this field, just give me the information. It'll cost me $1,000-something. I'm honestly curious, because what I experimented a little bit, I am wondering if I'll be able to do it cheaper. We'll see. Because it might be one of those weird things that's not balanced right, that me doing it manually costs more than me just being like someone else do it. Which in a lot of times can be true in real life too. That people have specialized equipment can roll in, yeah, they charge you a premium, but they just knock it out. Versus you doing it all yourself, and then have to just still depend on, you know, those outside people to run the actual tests. Yep. In the long run, it's cheaper to do it yourself, but it's another step to do. Yeah. The big question I have is, once you survey the field, like, how often do I need to resurvey the field? That's the big question mark. If it's like once a year, not that bad. Once every couple years, even better. If it's like you need to do it kind of along each step, that would certainly be worse. We'll see. Regardless, I want to demo this. And as you can imagine, this tool is not very heavy. I think literally just about any tractor it can hook up to is good enough. So we'll unfold the soil sampling unit. Now you see how it gives me this like little circle here? Now I don't know how precise we need to do with a lot of this, but every soil sample costs a little bit more. Oh, I just lowered it. I didn't actually take the sample. I was like, why isn't it updating? Right. I think you can do this in probably 5 samples. Yeah, so now you see how it's all darkened, marking that I have sampled that area. And I don't think it needs to be actually perfect. I could be wrong about that. I think it is going to require 6 probably to get it really good. We'll see how 4 does. Oh, sorry, 5. Because with the automatic, what it said it required, they took 6 samples, or would take 6 samples, whatever. Hey, Balderoni, how's it going? Okay, taking that sample. And then the last sample will be right up here. So interestingly enough, I did actually get to take a sample of my neighbor's field doing that, which I had not expected. Okay, so we took 5 samples. So what we're going to go ahead and do over here is I would then send the soil samples off to the lab. But for those who don't know, Balderoni, another fantastic content creator on the platform. Somebody definitely check out. So it's $500 for all 5 of those. So it's $100 per soil sample. So yeah, that was cheaper because it would have cost me about $1,000 to make them do it. So now, if we look at the field, yes, check out Balderoni. Last seen playing some SnowRunner. I'm assuming you're getting all excited for road. I was gonna say Roadrunner, Roadcraft. So yeah, so now if we look at it, we can see that this field is a split between silty clay, loamy sand, and sandy loam. So most likely we can do about whatever we want. So we have soil samples. So we technically have 0.1 off of perfect for that. So we got a slightly less than possible, score on that. We can check the pH. The pH of the soil here is ballparkish in this like 5.5 to 6 mark. We have the nitrogen content is terrible across the board. It's basically 0, which is your fertilizer. So if I were to just plant and roll with it, I would be getting like between 70% and 50% yield. So really bad yield. So we would need to fix that. So what I don't know is different crops have different pH requirements and all that. So yeah, so if you look over this, it does tell me like the nitrogen's bad, the pH is bad on the bottom. So the question I have there is, can I like set you to something? And then there's an economic analysis that says, here is what we earned, here is how much we cost to work on the field. So you can change all that. That's not going to give me information for right now.
Thank you, Randall, for 1812 for gifting a sub to Balderoni.
And thank you, Randall Thor, for gifting a tier 1 sub to Balderoni. Balderoni, have yourself some nice advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. So thank you so much for that. Yep, week is full of machining. Gotcha. Yeah, so clear the yield map, I don't think. What I'm trying to figure out is, so my understanding is different crops have different pH requirements. So I'm guessing we would seed the crops and all that. If we look at the crops, does it give me the information about, like, pH and all that? Or, like, what sand is good for it? That's what I'm wondering. So let's check on the... If you don't know, once you put a precision farming, it gives you a whole separate tab here that gives you all the different stuff. So, like, the different types of soil sampling, that was co-funded by the European Union to do a bunch of that stuff. pH values. The target pH is based on the soil, not the crop. The pH value can be increased by liming your field. This is recommended every third harvest. By default, the lime spreader automatically adjusts the application rate. Yeah, so long as we have the ability to detect all that. And then the pH level decreases every harvest. And we have the nitrogen value. We have the yield map. The variable seed rates. So this is all like the stuff you get with this. So yeah, so it looks like for this, we would need to get the lime wagon to lime the field. Alright, so let's check what that would cost. Because it's under the fertilizer spreaders. And I'm probably making terrible mistakes by putting so much of a focus on all these things that we can't really take advantage of yet, versus going out of our way for stuff I know I'm going to need. So this is the only one that does the lime, is that one. So that's one we're stuck with. So we're going to incur even more debt. Because what is life? Even more debt. What is life without some absolutely horrific debt? So I am going to get the full extension because, seriously. Okay, so we've got all that. That puts at 55. Okay, and you're back at it. Alright. So it's going to be really rough for us because we're going to be basically losing a lot of money to our loans. But the idea is to try and get the field set up so we can start making money off of it, and meanwhile using contracts to knock down our debt. But the big goal early on is to get one of each of the pieces of equipment we need just to function. So, getting a seeder, getting some type of plow or cultivator, getting, some way of putting down fertilizer and or herbicide, getting a harvester. You get the idea. Debt simulator? Yup. And some of those things we might end up needing to lease to make it happen. That is what it is. But any equipment I'm going to use for literally any crop, I'm not too worried about. Now, the thing I'm trying to remember, and that's the reason I was checking this, is with the crops for this, there's the soil types. Is that I thought that mattered for your decision making. Okay. Alright, and we can go here. Grab you. I will need... Right now, let's keep it to 2 containers of lime. Oh, I just remembered. This thing can also put down the fertilizer. I don't know if it has the control for the fertilizer. like the lime does. Alright, I'm probably gonna need more than that. I always remember that the lime ends up being more of a pain. And just guessing how much I need. Okay. Did my worker finish the... Oh, no, there goes the money. I was, like, looking at the money and not seeing it go down that fast. Like, wait, is the worker not done? That's fine. That'll be more enough for the field. But yeah, so I could also fertilize the field. I probably don't want to mess with fertilizing the field until such time that we have, until such time as we are ready to plant crops. So basically... Alright, so before we worry about more of that, you finished your job, that's fine. I've also come to the realization by doing this job first. Oh wait, never mind, I just have to not turn in the contract. I can complete the contract, I just need to not turn it in. Okay, so we need to get this on to the next field. We want to do the other field that's canola first. Okay. Alright, so we look at the contracts we grabbed. So you're my other canola field, and you are down by where I'm at. Alright, that's fine. So we gotta go west. Depth simulator? Oh yeah, no, that's like, it's true in real life as it is as much in the video game. If you're starting with next to nothing and just trying to immediately spin up a farm, you're going to be incurring debt. Farming equipment ain't cheap. It's not going to come for freezies. Let's make sure these are going to the same place, because that could be an important consideration. Yeah, they're both going to the thing next to 27. That's fine. Because I've made the mistake before where I'll have two of the same crop going to different areas in contracts and then accidentally deliver one to the wrong place. And instead of money being made, then you usually lose a lot of money. Okay. Just bring this over here, get it started on that next field. And then, like I said, I thought the soil type mattered for the crop type. I thought there was something about that where that influenced your decision making, you know, on things. Because it does in real life. Like if I'm sitting there and I've got a very clayey soil, like there's certain crops that are gonna handle that well, versus if I had like a really sandy soil, there's certain other crops that'll handle that well. The two are not gonna have much overlap. Okay, so you... Yeah, so take that road south. Yeah, let's just get around this water and then we just need to go south, basically. Like, I'm sure crops like wheat and all that would not handle very sandy soil well. That's what I gotta figure out. Never truly tested, but certain crops would indicate higher or lower seed usage based on the soil type. I feel like seed usage I wouldn't care that much. Because honestly, when you're looking at like the things that are expensive about the crops, the seeds are usually never that bad of a problem. Like, yeah, there's a cost there. But when you're comparing it to like fertilizer, that cost is nearly irrelevant. That said, the field we did grab is split between 3 soil types almost evenly, so That's gonna be hard to make any meaningful decisions with how all over the place it is. Alright, Server Lord, you have yourself a good lurk. Thank you again for lurking, hanging out, all that stuff. Ah, gotcha, switching comps? Yeah. But the different soil types are also capped, the yield too. So bad soil would cap at like 75%. Gotcha. What am I? Oh, car was underneath that I couldn't see because trees. Gotcha, so if we have like a really bad field. I mean, that at least gives you some additional consideration. Because you could look at a field and be like, oh, this field is just straight up terrible soil. Alright, well, instead of using this field for farming, instead this is going to be where I put my barn and I put like my chicken coop and my cow pasture and those kind of things. You know, drop in all that junk that you don't care about the yield, or put your greenhouses on or whatever. Which could be interesting because then it would pressure you into taking different considerations. I guess one question I have is, does the if I play Riverbend like at 3 different runs, would it be consistent? Or solar panels? Yeah, whichever. I plan to still stick to my rule of just not dropping down a bunch of solar power and all that. Just because, like, I don't mind the greenhouses because, like, you use those in production lines. And it's, like, more active versus the solar power. You just ram it down and be like, call it a day. Alright, so for you... let's get you into position. You never tested it with different crop type? You'd be less concerned, thus the yield is not impacted based on soil. Yeah. Let's see, the Giants maps that Parks would play too have set soil map for each map. Would assume it's the same here. Would be kind of nice if soil map randomly generated. Yeah, no, the reason I was curious about that is because of, like, mod maps. I've already looked at, I saw that the mod maps, you know, have variation to them. And I very much doubt people went ahead and took the time to set all that up in advance, where it's like, well, that's loam, and that's this, and that's that, without, like, any kind of consideration. Like, you know, precision farming wasn't out yet. I doubt every mod went back and cleaned their stuff up, because there's some pretty janky mod maps as is. So it's gotta do some type of generation. And I've also noticed it does not at all align with field placement. Which makes sense, because I'd imagine in real life, in a lot of cases, you wouldn't be able to go through and pick out, it's like, well, I only want the area with this soil. You might be just like, alright, this area is mostly the soil I want, there's a couple patches that aren't quite as good. The only way I could see you kind of getting to be that picky is if you kept amending your soil till it was effectively something else, because that is, to a certain degree, something you could do. It'd be very cost prohibitive, though, because moving a crap ton of earth is expensive. But it is a thing that you can take an area that's like, oh, this is really sandy soil, and keep amending it with clay until you've effectively changed what type of soil it is. But again, that would probably be very cost prohibitive. But I do know there's places that they import soil from other places fairly regularly and routinely. So it's kind of one of those things that you're dragging the expense over many, many years. I don't know if they do that much anymore. Because, like, I know for construction that it's very common here in Florida for people to import Georgia clay to then, you know, raise the land up, build on top of that, and whatnot. And that I know there's places that they grab a lot of the sand from, like, the beach areas and all that, and then they ship that out to other places for various industrial purposes and all that kind of stuff as well. And as I said, shipping dirt is shockingly expensive. Dirt is heavy, yo. And usually when you need some dirt, it's never... You would do that. Concrete truck. And usually you don't need just a little dirt when you need dirt. It's almost always like, oh, I'm gonna need how many tons of dirt, how many thousands of gallons, I guess you'd consider it gallons, liters, whatever they measure it in. You know, I'm looking to, like, build up this area for a patio. You know, it's gonna be this rather large volume to accomplish that. Alright. Because, I mean, you can imagine building up an entire neighborhood or, like, really large building. So you're basically making a foundation of this place that's going to be, like, 100 feet by 400 or 500 feet in size. And you're going to build it up, like, 4 or 5 feet from its current height. So whatever volume of dirt is required to do, like, 100 by 400 by 4. And then just math it out how many cubic feet that is. And I imagine it would be absolutely substantial. Okay, so this will let us put down the lime. Now you'll notice way up at the top we have the the automatic application rate. So that's what we're saying in a lot of ways that while they do add a lot of processes to it, you know, the precision farming, none of them end up being that bad because you effectively replace doing an entire pass of lime with doing an entire pass of lime with the control turned on. So in practice, it ends up being just less total lime used, and then you handle most of yourself. Now you will notice that the mini-map has already changed to show the pH of the soil, because that even before this, I explained that that's kind of what lime is used for. It is used for changing the acidity of the soil. Alright, so let's go here, turn all this on. So, in the short term, this is probably how I'm going to be dealing with fertilizer and lime. The thing of the follow. Welcome to stream. Oh, but this wouldn't work for the weeding. I was going to just say is I could, set the paths on this. It's fine, we can do this. Yeah, so you'll notice on the thing there, it's got like that little chart where the little flag is saying here's where we actually want the pH of this soil to be, and here's where it's at as a red line. So like now if I turn this on, it is dropping stuff anyways. But yeah, so it's if we look at it, it's saying because I'm putting this into sandy loam, I have a desired pH of 6.5, and my current pH is 6.25. So we're going to only put a little bit of lime down. And on the mini-map, you'll see it starts refreshing to be the low amount. Wait, did they make it so it can actually do the corners now? What? Okay, I'm on board. So GPS, okay, never mind. It's just that one corner must have been good. I was like, GPS normally wouldn't do the corners well. Now I'm not looking to do a perfect application. We're just kind of racing through this, getting this done. But we will have places that I'll probably accidentally put the pH a little too high, where I've accidentally done multiple passes, that kind of thing. It is what it is. Or not. It seems like it cut down the amount it's putting out while the graphic still shows it blasting. The amount it put out when I went around that corner there was basically nothing. So you see here, we're absolutely dumping lime out the back of here because the whole field needs some love. But then as they get over here, the rate you see that number going down just starts decreasing more and more. Actually, wasn't that noticeable. But yeah, so you'll vaguely see when we go over the field, you'll almost be able to make out the different areas the soil was because it'll add the appropriate pH for the soil types. So yeah, so you can kind of make out like there's that top bar on it. That's kind of the moderate green. That's the one soil type where it's kind of greenish blue is the other soil type for its pH, and then we have way down here in the bottom, it's almost yellow for the last one. All right. So I've got you set up. So now our field's pH should be good. So I believe we look at our environmental score on that field now. We'll notice the pH level, it went from, I think it was around here, to 15. So the weed control's terrible because we did nothing. The tillage won't matter until we cultivate or whatever our field, or seed it or whatever. And the nitrogen is our fertilizer. So right now, if we're looking at the production on this field, it's freaking awful, and that's because of literally a complete and utter lack of fertilizer. Alright, so we kicked out that. Okay, so let's drop off this canola. And then get it on to the other field. You wonder what Ultra will make of it all? I imagine, because Ultra would be far more knowledgeable about a lot of this than I will. Because Ultra, literal farmer. I think it's one of those ones that when you first see it, even if you understand what's happening, there is just a figuring it out kind of aspect. So like it has nothing to do with the person's knowledge or whatever, because knowing how it works in real life versus how it works in video games, there'll be like that tinkering, like finding the right piece of equipment and where it's hiding in the store and how to actually make the machine do in the game and all that. That'll have a whole thing. I imagine she'd probably like it. Like it's more interesting to me and all that. I get why people were constantly like, you should try it, you should try it, you should try it, Farm Sim 22. It's just kind of one of those things that on the surface sounded like it just made the game way more complicated. But in practice, it doesn't seem like that's really all that true. Mostly because, sure, it's like, okay, well now you need to make it really precise and get like the correct, the correct numbers and all that stuff. But in practice, a lot of the machines you use, they just have the technology to do it for you. Like you spend extra money on that equipment to get the better equipment that can do it automatically on the balancing and all that. But that's just true of real life farming. Real life farming, they have lots of equipment that doesn't, again, just blast fertilizer out like it's a fire hose. They're going to want to not use it unless they need it. So they're probably going to have some type of thing. Now, it might not be precise as some of the stuff we're seeing in game here, where it's like they can spot check each and every individual thing. It might be more broadly, they take a sample of an area and go, okay, this area, the fertilizer's not quite where it needs to be. And so for that like whole section of the field, they treat it as one uniform thing. Which I think probably is more realistic of how a lot of farms probably operate. Because imagine it's like the fanciest of fancy equipment. That's the stuff that can like really check pretty much everything. But I don't know. Maybe it is just common nowadays to have it where it can do all of that. Right, and hand you over to them. Okay, so at this point, I am going up to that spot. But yeah, no, I think it'll be cool. The big thing happening right now is we're in that time of year that like everything is releasing and updating. Like everything is releasing and updating if they're doing stuff. And I think it's even more so true than normal because a lot of companies have been holding their breath for GTA, like when is it dropping and all that stuff. And so you've had companies been deliberately delaying releasing and all that kind of thing because they've been waiting for GTA to just kind of spoil everything for them. Because when GTA drops, it is just going to be a thing that is going to absolutely capture everyone's attention, good, bad, or otherwise. Like, I don't, even if GTA 6 dropped and it was like the worst game ever made, I still imagine it would grab everyone's attention because of all of the hype. It would just mean, you know, it would get amazing sales, and then the next time they would pay for that bad rep for, you know, if they did screw up real bad. That said, I'm not expecting it to be terrible. The point is, it just, the hype has gotten away to such a degree that no one wants to be releasing at the same time. So I've already seen, since they, like, literally it was like a day or two after they announced the delay till next year, that my inbox just started blowing up with games being like, oh, we're coming out in July or June or whenever. So it's gonna be tricky to find time for a game you want to put like a lot of time into. Okay, so we can grab. That's the big contract, so we can turn in the little one. The big one we can't. I am using that equipment. Is there another harvest contract we can snag that's using that same equipment? Ah, we got 2 more canola contracts. That'll be perfect. Okay, so meanwhile I need to roll back to field 10.
Hello there.
Hey Bentley, how's it going? How's they going? Going pretty good. Did some split fiction with Tomb for the first half of stream. I suspect we have one more stream of that, because we did get to what's starting to feel like kind of finale-esque, but just with the pattern of the game where it's like, do Mia's thing, do Zoe's, do Mia's, do Zoe's, do Mia's, do Zoe's, that back and forth. We have had like the massive escalation that I won't spoil for anyone who deliberately skipped on it, but it does seem like it's the 3rd time we're going into Mia's sci-fi stuff. But we have had a certain sense of urgency and finality come up, and that the main growing points of the story feel like they have already occurred so far as the protagonists go. They had those moments where they made all of chat ball big man and big woman tears, and you know, big gender neutral, or not gender neutral, non-binary tears. You get the point. Everyone was bawling tears. I didn't need to go down that route because that just made it more complicated. It had big feels. There was lots of big feels. That said, for me personally, Mia's thing, it's not Mia, it's Mio or whatever. Mio's big feels, like I was deliberately trying to not let the feels get me too hard, because that one struck painfully close to home. Do you see that Planet Crafter are working on a new free update, adding moons and planets? I did not, which is pretty exciting, because I really enjoyed Planet Crafter and its DLC. I binged both of those real hard. I think Planet Crafter is an amazing game for like a survival crafter. Where am I going? This is not... I needed to go to field 10, and I just blast right past it, because I was just trying to go down to the fields that we own. Luckily, field 10 is pretty close to these fields. But yeah, that was definitely real big fields. That is one of those ones I would not be surprised if there was some people watching when we got to those big fields moment and they decided that it was not a game they wanted to see more of. Because it was just one of those painful situations, like facing loss of family and that kind of thing, that if you're here for escapism, it just punched you in the mouth and said there is no escape, as hard as it could. Which made for good storytelling, but also, ow. Alright, so since we don't have any indicator, clue, whatever about... Because Planet Humble was so successful, they're adding free update as a thank you. Oh, gotcha. So they just, made absolutely, for them, a killing or whatever. They're like, okay, well, as a thank you, we're just going to give you more. That's cool. Most companies would not do that. So that's pretty awesome. All right, so we have to decide what crop we are going for. To plant. Now, for planting, we should probably aim for a tomorrow planting date, which would be barley. Now, I know we get a little extra money if I believe it's December to February if we have a cover crop there. Or it's something like that. Which the cover crop would be stuff like oilseed radish. So we put it down and you get a subsidy of like $200 or something like that, or I have no idea. It's not much. So if we deliberately planned around that, we could do stuff like grow oats, grow long grain rice, green beans would work. That's specialty. Let's ignore the specialty. Well, I mean, okay. The vegetables are relatively cheap to get into. The problem is the harvesting of the vegetables. The harvesters suck so much. Oats would certainly work. Sunflowers would work. We would be able to... Yeah, no, if we did something like sunflowers, that would allow us to grow it in this time frame. Well, actually, is there a field or something we could reasonably do a double crop? So we've got the sorghum. That would be harvest or plant in April. But there's not really anything we harvest in April. That's fine. So sunflowers would certainly be one to consider. Because that way we could grow there, and then we could be just about the right time to put down the oil radish. Because we could plant that right after we harvest the sunflowers, let that just be a cover crop, and then we could then, plow it in March to do all that. I'd have to see about that. That's one of those ones I gotta figure out. The downside is with the oil radish, with the sunflowers, I can't plant that till March. So what we might even do is we might even chuck the oil radish into the ground right now, because unless I'm doing barley or wheat, we're basically too late. Let's take a quick peek at the harvesters for the vegetables. I think they were all terrible. Because you have this one you buy, and I believe this is the one where you buy your own box. You buy a box, you fill it up, you dump the box. You buy a box, you fill it up, you dump it off. And it is a huge pain in the butt. And I believe this one here, you have the trailer, but it has no internal storage of its own, really. So as a result, you need a second thing going on. This one also has only like a microscopic internal storage, so for all intents and purposes, you need a second vehicle there. And then this thing has no internal storage really to speak of. That's the big problem. If this giant monstrosity had at least a little bit of internal storage, it wouldn't be nearly as painful. But all in all, that means I'd be doing crates, which means I'm forklifting individual boxes, and that can go die in a fire. For stuff like spinach, you get the idea. The harvesters all cost a fortune. So, while interesting and all that, I don't think we could realistically do that. Not yet, at least. Maybe later. The rice, we would be using the regular rice, not this kind of rice planter, so that doesn't matter. I'm feeling like the sunflowers. We didn't do much in the way of sunflowers the last time, and that'd be a planter as opposed to the cedar. What are you? Huh. Yeah, so what I do want to check is some of these, I forget what it's called. They drill the seed down. Yeah, so drills the seed directly. So no previous cultivating required. I believe with these ones, you get a bonus to tilling if you use those. So it looks like for... Oh, actually. So all those ones that are ridiculously expensive can drill. Can any of these ones do the drilling thing? So this one can do the direct drilling for only 46,000. But it doesn't do its own fertilizer. 56,000, it can do its own fertilizer. And you would be 180 horsepower. What is my tractor at that we got? I want to say it's in that ballpark. I just don't remember exactly where. 160. That's probably close enough we'd be able to get away with it. I'm seeing because we have a bunch of the official mods and all that, if there's any there. So that's 150,000 and it direct drills. And I could do all of those. Yeah, so probably looking at the horse here. 3 meters. Oh, man. That is a very, very small seeder. The good news, though, is a direct drill, so it would skip the entire harvesting part of it. I don't care about that. And we can increase the volume it carries, which would probably do. Okay, regardless, we can also watch to see if anything shows up on a really good sale here. Which we actually do have some on good sale here. But it is way past what we can handle with our current tractor, so we won't worry about it. And you already finished your field. Alright. Okay, so we need to go to field 51 next. Which is... where? Okay, basically, cut across the middle of the map all the way to east, go north. Because we're going to need all this money to keep ourselves going at all. Because the goal here is to basically get all the equipment I need as early as we can. And then once I have the point that I don't need to do contracts to keep all that going, we won't. Now, one thing I have been warned is precision farming, I have been told, does not work well with the the contracts that you do, like the herbicide spraying, that kind of thing, which to me makes sense because I'm willing to bet under the hood it's not probably spraying the whole area, which is likely what it's detecting. Now, I haven't tested that myself, so I do trust that the person who told me is correct. I have no reason to believe they wouldn't be, but at the same token, I've also not tested myself, so it would be worth considering once we got things up and running, just take one of those contracts, kind of accepting there's a very good chance we would fail it. I don't got time to wait at no cross guards. We got places to be. Alright. So I can get this one going. And I have deliberately not slowed down time. I've kept it on the default. It's a way of forcing me to progress the days forward when you're in these months where you're like, okay, I just need to keep my debts paid off. You can get into the habit of taking like every contract that's not awful and spend your entire day just doing one in-game day, and that's fine when you're working your own fields. That's entirely reasonable. But like for streaming and all that, you can sit there and just do contracts the entire time, and you lose a lot of the progression of like the feeling of progression when it comes to your own farm. Like even if money go up, or I guess more realistically debt go down, then we're totally killing that sign. Bonk. I was trying not to, but then I oversteered a little. But you know, debt go down. That's not super satisfying versus like watching you get like that next piece of equipment and, you know, getting the next set of fields, building a barn, like very, very visible changes. Those are way more satisfying to see. Yep, we're at 69 sacrifice signs. Okay. So usually what I'll do is, once it starts to get dark, I consider that forcing me to change the map anyways. Alright, so for this one, I gotta drop off the wheat. I am only seeing the one business highlighted, so it's looking like, oh, wait, I didn't realize I hit 3. I started noticing the arrow moving, I'm like, please don't go directly into the river. That'd be bad. That'd be us losing a bunch of money. Yeah, so this looks like it's going to the same exact place as the other one. Just double checking the contract. Yep. So I'll drop this off, run this one, run the vehicle over to collect the other canola, and we can grab that last canola contract. That'll start pushing towards what we can probably get done in this in-game day. Because like I said, once it gets dark, I will finish whatever I'm in the middle of doing, but I will try to not have more contracts outstanding past that just because it's harder to see what's happening when it gets super dark. The good news is, while it did cost me like 2,000 something to lease the equipment for this contract, it is one of those things that because I can sit there and just knock out one contract after the other on the same lease, you can kind of double, triple, and quadruple dip on that lease cost, so that really helps make more money. That's also reasons I like to try and get one of every piece of equipment very early on, is because then if it's like, oh, I need to pad out my pockets a little bit, let me just snag a contract real fast. You own all the equipment, so you don't have to go and pay the lease amounts, because those $1,000 and $2,000 again and again and again, they can add up real fast in how much potential profit you're not getting. Man, I am just oversteering. Every single turn, I'm turning too much. And it's just... I haven't played Farm Sim in a little while. And on top of that, the last couple of times I was playing Farm Sim, we were doing the Nexat DLC stuff for Dare Drop. So I was using that giant Nexat for, like, everything. Alright, and so now we want to take this one, turn that in. Go to our contracts, because there was another big canola contract, so let's grab you. That's when we're taking $8,000 for a hoeing contract is pretty nice. Alright, so grab that. That's in our canola contract. The problem is I can only do 3 contracts at a time. And because I have that one contract that we're just holding on to because it is the contract to use to lease my equipment, if I can't, like if I turn it in, not cancel, if I complete it, I lose all my equipment. I just want to keep doing these until we get that set. But that should help a tremendous on our debt. Because for those who didn't see, getting ourselves set up on our field and all that, we are already about 300,000 in debt. 500,000, I believe, is the max amount of debt you can take. Normally when I play, I don't allow myself to do loans and leases, but we're trying to get the ball rolling on the precision farming as fast as possible. Once I get into that, I'll probably start trying to pay down that debt and get back to the no loans and leases kind of gameplay. Like, not that I would have the rule against it at that phase, it's just... I would play as that, because I generally don't like going into debt in my games if it's not required. Interest is a pain. It's basically you're paying someone to not get that much money because the opportunity benefit you get from whatever you're able to get earlier otherwise. So there's definitely a thing about saying about incurring debt to enable you to make more profit in shorter time. There's a business reason for doing that. I'm surprised I managed to get around that sign. I thought I cut it too close. But at the same time, interest sucks. There's no way around it. Interest sucks, man. Managed to miss that sign, too. There's a reason the banks make a lot? Yep. Lend you a bunch of money, and they take a decent amount. Let's see, max loan is limited to $3 million, but it's limited by the value of your assets and tools you own, so you have to have enough assets back for your loan. Yeah, we've got a pretty decent amount and not gotten the ability to bring it up too much. Oh, actually, I don't want you pulled all the way over here. You're gonna be needed in this field. It's fine. Okay. I'm gonna pull this over onto this edge. It's a little bit thicker, away from the field. Well, I just solidly clobbered that sign. Okay, you're doing fine for right now. Right. What the heck else was I working on? Because I've lost track. So, we were talking about potentially doing sunflowers until I didn't find I could afford any of the direct seeding flower things. I can go ahead and put down oilseed radish for now. And let that grow over to the end of the year to then switch over to something else. But without being able to do the sunflowers, right, because that's what we're trying to figure out. Basically, oh wait, which one were you? 74,000? Yeah, but it's still this style. Okay. Basically, the plan was to try to avoid needing to do the cultivating and the seeding. It doesn't look like I'm really going to get around that. So, to be able to put down fertilizer, we're looking at 40 or 50,000 for our seeder. Sorry, for our planter. But that won't allow us to do the radish as well. which is kind of part of the idea. Whereas if we instead go with the seeder, for that same dollar, I can get one that lets me do the drill seeding or whatever it's called, to avoid needing to cultivate or plow, which I believe gives us a better tilling score. It is a skinny little seeder. Oh, I'm sorry, that one doesn't let me do fertilizer. This one does. No, it doesn't. Oh, do the direct drill ones not let you do? No, they do. It's at 58,000, but that one's a little bit more than we can handle horsepower-wise. I think we're at 160 horsepower. So I can handle this one, but it doesn't fertilize. Which might be fine, honestly. Yeah, so you're 3 meters wide, 9 miles an hour. That's 11 miles an hour. Honestly, we'd probably just use this regular one up here. Because the only real difference is this one goes slightly faster, and I can expand it to a higher capacity. Okay. So, time to incur some more debt. Everyone's favorite. Let's see, you weren't able to get anything that could cultivate and seed to do that directly over top of oilseed. You had to cultivate the field first to be able to seed it with the intended crop. That makes a certain amount of sense, yeah. So it'd probably still be cultivating. Okay, well, if we're still cultivating anyways, if we were to switch to the planter... Yeah, because these don't give me the direct drill until way down here when we're in the 200,000s, which we're not ready for. So I could get this one and the cultivator, and then we could go with the sunflower. Because I mostly just want to do the sunflower just because the last time we played, I did spend a lot of time working on the other stuff. Alright, so alright. So back and forth I'm still running into is just what we got going on here. So let's just try and get one that we can... Oh, so the part of the thing with the fertilizer built in here, I don't think we need that if we use the spraying thing for it. It's weird that that one doesn't... Oh, this is the one that you need the separate seed tank. That's right. Yeah, so it feels like we're either going for the direct drill on this one, but then I need to cultivate between anyways, or I would need both, which doesn't feel like it saves me any headache. So maybe the answer is I get this cheap one and a cultivator, we go with this, and then we'll figure it out. Because the oil radish does give me a subsidy. I believe it's not much, though. Like, it's really a dirt cheap subsidy. Yeah, so we can go with this, and then I guess... Well, the problem is all the other crops here. Because I'm liking the idea of doing the back and forth where I go, like, oil radish over the winter for the subsidy. I'm assuming that's what the January mark here is for. I don't know. And then another crop, but the problem is so many of these crops... You plant them, like mostly our crops on there, you plant them here, and then you harvest here, which means no oil radish. There's no time for it. So, like, corn I can do it, that'd be fine. Cotton, I think, may or may not be able to do it. Green beans I can, long grain... Oh, long grain rice! But so you tend to use towards the horse cone smaller ones, where it's power harrower and the seeder. You can separate them when you need to, but the direct seed with them... where you can also. Downside is being smaller width, yeah. So, like, it looks like the oats I could grow and do the oil radish. The long grain rice, I can do the oil radish. Sorghum I could do the... Yeah, sorghum I can do the oil radish. Soybeans I could do the oil radish. It's mostly I just can't do with wheat, canola, or barley. But to buy them as separate parts, you look them up beforehand by the brand and use combination. So you tend to get the... So you need a direct seed. Let me read that. You can separate them when you need to. Okay, let me... So what you're saying here, let me actually check this. Okay, so let's empty that before we start looking at the store. You're saying you can separate them when you need to, and you can buy, but the direct seed, them where you can also? Oh, where they can, oh right, there's the ones that can seed and power harrow at the same time. Yeah, we can check that, because I haven't messed with that, because I haven't done... Admittedly, I've really not done much of the power seeder thing almost ever. I know there's a lot of people who swear very heavily by it, because, you know, you can skip that cultivating step entirely. Because instead of tearing up the soil, you just kind of ram the seed down deeper, is my understanding. Well, not deeper. You basically have a thing that churns up the soil just where you plant the seed. Alright. Yeah, we can check on the combination harrower seeder thing. I forgot that was the thing, because I know there was, I think there was a harrower too where you could plant grass and or oil radish with that. Okay, get this out of the way real fast. Alright, so if we switch to the brand, you said Horsch had one. Okay. Yeah, so shallow cultivators. Yeah, shallow cultivators can be used to shallow cultivation and seed the bed, or seed bed creation of fields. So we can do that. Yeah, so that's the one that we could supposedly do both. Let's see, the Credo 3 is what you're looking for. Maybe there's Credo 3 mentioned in 2 different places? Yeah, because the Credo 3 looks like it's just straight up a harrower, or seeder, sorry. No, that's just a cultivator. Versus the Finer 6SL does mention that it is a shallow cultivator and a seeder. Versus this implies it's just a cultivator. Unless there's a, I don't know what a ring packer is. Tooth roller, ring packer. And really tell me anything had changed. Didn't give me a capacity, so I'm assuming it's not. Yeah, because that's a cultivator. Versus this one. Yeah, this one is a cultivator seeder, supposedly. Let's see. Credo 3 is a power holder. If you hit the combination... Oh, if I hit the combination buttons. I see. Okay. That's good to know. I would have probably never found that, to be entirely honest. Gotcha. So you had the handful of stuff there. Okay. So what we can do is we can get the... Well, let's first expand our debt. Oh, yeah. That feels great. So we can go here. We can get the Credo 3. This doesn't seem to imply it does anything different between the Ring Packer and the Ring Packer 2. Those look like it makes the thing bigger, but it doesn't change anything. I could be wrong about that. So we'll just grab that. Worst case, we can modify it later. So I've got you. So let's back that up. Go to combinations. Go to this extension to add that. And you can add a weeder to it as well? What? I'll get the expanded one. So you're telling me this thing can cultivate, seed, and weed all in one pass. Let's see, all the small seeders in the game actually are actually 2 units made up of a power harrow or a disc seeder. But if you buy them as a single unit, you can never separate them. If you look under the brand, you can often find the harrower on its own. You can't confirm that weeder works. You know what? For $1,000, I'm willing to science it. It also is suggesting a weight, so I will do that. I'm pretty bad about actually buying the weights, to be honest. So we could test putting the oil radish down, and then we will see what we can grow at the beginning of next year using just a regular old cedar. And even if it's not the most lucrative crop, we're going to go with that strategy, just because I want to tinker with a bunch of this new stuff. That is kind of the point. So put down the oil radish, get all that going, and then we can turn around and mess with the other stuff. Now, my understanding of the oil radish is I have no reason to fertilize it that much. Like, it just... Oh, you're already done with your job? That's fine. Like, its whole point is to be a cover crop where you just plunk it in the ground, it sits there, it does thing. Yeah, no, exactly. It's a cover crop. Its job is to give you a bit of fertilizer on its own. And, you know, in real life, you use cover crops also to keep moisture trapped in and a bunch of other good stuff. But the point is, it's not the crop you're trying to grow long term. It's there to supplement your soil and all that. You just plunk it down in the earth, let it do its thing, and then you come back later to then turn around and, you know, get the crop you actually care about planted when it's time. Which I think I've only done the oil radish like once. It's probably fine. That's got some real forgiveness around it. Okay, let's get to this next field. And very likely this will be the last contract you can get in the game. Like this one, I'm not going to grab another contract. I'm also noticing it's going to be raining soon, which could prove to be a problem because you actually take a penalty on your harvesting when that happens. So try and be fast to hopefully beat this rain. Oh, I turned that the wrong way. Which does not help that whole, let's try and be fast. So they park it on this side of the field. I'll have access to this. If I don't get caught up in a tree. Fine, we'll just do it like this. Okay. I'm really hoping I can just get over that fence. Yep, it is A-okay by me. Alright, so you do your thing here. Get you in position over there. And those will be the last contracts we do, is we'll turn to those 3 big canola contracts, and that'll be an extra, like, I think 16, 18,000. So it should be a relatively good paying day so far as that goes. Just, you know, perhaps slightly impacted by the absolutely crippling debt we've acquired along the way. Alright. And I believe we get the fertilizer from the oil radish at the time we cultivate it. So it's like when you, if you don't know in Farm Sim, if you have an area you're making a field and you let grass grow the full way up and then you plow the grass, you actually get, I can't remember if it's like 50 or 20%, or it's some amount of fertilizer. It's really only useful when you're doing like the very first time you're doing a field. Otherwise, you're probably just better off slapping a fertilizer and calling it a day. Let's see, so you looked up oil radish because you've never heard of it. So you harvest the radish, but the roots add nutrients to soil and trap moisture, and the plant is frost resistant. Gotcha. In this game, as far as I'm aware, you don't harvest the radish. Could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure in this game it's just the idea is you just plunk it in the ground to make soil better. Just gotta keep it there long enough for it to matter. Okay. So, I don't know... You take solid fertilizer, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, you're gonna be solid fertilizer... Wait, do you do fertilizer? No, you just do the seed. So we'll go ahead and we'll grab the seed. Which is not in that category. And we will grab 2 of those. I don't think I need 2 of those, but I'm going to do it anyways. So we're going to go on the assumption that this weeder works. With that case, let me see how wide our wagon is here. That's not the one I'm looking for. So you have a 30-meter width. So let's go in here and let's do some more science. So I'm going to go to our field down here. I'm going to set tram lines for 30 meters. And what that should do is it does mean it'll have these areas where it's got like the little gaps every 30 meters apart for where to permit your wheels from going over it. Because there's no point in you planting crops you're just going to drive over anyways. Meanwhile, plant the oilseed radish. So we've got the automatic seeding. I'm assuming everything else will just do its thing. It's also a curiosity that you add this equipment on here and it didn't seem to increase the Actually, did I check the horsepower consumption on that? I have maybe have made a goof, because I don't think we checked that. Let me just... So you're only 115. That's fine. What are you? Don't be a lot. 50. Okay, we're fine. We're fine. That's okay. I got a little scared there that I was gonna find having the entire setup was gonna be like 200 horsepower or something like that, and you know, I'd turn it on, the tractor just stop moving or just crawl or whatever. Meanwhile, get over here. Before I start, let's take a quick peek at the harvester. It's fine. Oh, the wait. I don't need to be... Alright. So we have the seeder we can turn on. Turn on the steering assist. You do not seem to be doing your thing. So you're on. The seeder is on. Everything's on. Am I just using a alarmingly small number of seeds? It doesn't seem like it's working. No, I'm pretty convinced it's not doing anything. We've got it lowered. The rate is set to auto. Maybe it's not doing it because of the tram lines on the edge. That wouldn't make sense to me. Yeah, no, we're definitely not we're not harrowing that at all, because the wheat is still just laying there. What am I missing? Because the harrower is turned down and lowered, so regardless of the seeds, that should be working. Let's science here for a moment. Let's kick you off. I'm hitting all the wrong buttons, don't mind me. We can switch to that. So we kicked off the seeder. And that's definitely harrowing now. That without question, we are definitely harrowing now. And we are in a month that I can plant the oil radish, yes. I figured we were, it's like most of the year. I might try turning off the variable seed thing, because maybe it's just a thing that it's not working. Because I did have someone say they were having problems with certain equipment working with it. I'd also try turning it on. Let's try this again. So you can get the U set. Let's switch to this. Let's turn it on via the seeder as opposed to the harrower. See if maybe using the seeder instead is the thing to work with it. Okay, it's actually taking seeds now. It did go down 1%. So maybe I just need to activate it using the seeder, not the harrower. Trying to lift it, but it's not letting me lift it. I think it's just one of those things that some of the times that you have like the double tools going on, I've noticed some weird stuff. So let's see if this works now. I genuinely cannot tell. It does not appear to be. So it kind of seems like, for whatever reason, the combination thing isn't working. When I use them independently, it seems to work fine. But together, it's just not sure what to do with it. Yeah. That's kind of annoying. Let's try it this way. If that's not working, let's try if I just give it to the AI and I say, I don't want to deal with this, you deal with this, what will it do? Maybe the AI has the hacks to make it all work. Because that one strip on the far end definitely worked. But I think it's just something with the combination system there that it doesn't want to do them both at once, even though it does turn them on both at once, and clearly it's supposed to work both at once. That might be the bug that the person was complaining about, because they said some of his equipment wasn't working. It might be he was doing this kind of setup, because I've not done this kind of setup before in the game. So just want to see if it manages to start a row, that's fine. I don't think it's working. I think it's detecting it as a seeder, not a cultivator for AI purposes. Or not. I saw that change textures. It's changing textures there. I don't know why it's going back and forth the way it is. But that can be just the AI being the AI. Nope. Well, that's disappointing. Yes, I'm just gonna go with that. That is currently bugged. Why am I hitting all the wrong buttons? Okay. I keep trying to lower and I can only lower it from this spot. So lower that, kick this off, because I can spend 20 minutes trying to troubleshoot that. Or I can just go ahead and say, hey, get to work. So that's a bummer. So I'll probably want to do is we'll end up selling that back. But that's probably exactly what the person was doing who was saying, hey, a lot of stuff's bugged in here. Is it's probably that type of machine. I could see, and I've had not that setup, but I have had setups where you've got like 2 machines you can combine to do one process. That's the one place things get weird. Like you'll be trying to switch between the machines to do stuff, and you'll like won't be able to attach because you're on the wrong component, or you won't be able to engage this because you're on the wrong component, and like all sorts of like weirdness that it just kind of creates some weird side effects. There's not many machines that work in that manner. I think some like the slurry stuff works that way. It could also be that maybe the weeder part of that doesn't work. I was hoping it would, because if the weeder part does work on that seeder, that'd work out really good, because that would imply I could do the entire process from seeding, cultivating, and weeding in one go. So even if it's only 3 meters, you know, width per pass, that would be doing 3 different passes worth of operations in one go. That might actually fill up. Okay, actually, we might not, because it just slowed down. Okay, so you stay up there. Alright, well that's happening. I need to grab myself a new drink, so I'm going to quickly do that, and I'll be right back. So thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back in just a couple minutes. Yeah, it's kind of weird. So, Kravik, where you've used that, is that you've used that in Farm Sim? Just out of curiosity, it's okay if you haven't. Have you used that system in Farm Sim 25 before precision farming? Are you still playing in like Farm Sim 22? Like, it's totally fine either way. I'm just kind of trying to gauge, like, is this something that I'm running into alone because of precision farming? Is it a Farm Sim 25 thing? Like, I'm trying to like mentally isolate what I think the cause is here, because it's weird that it doesn't work when clearly, without it, that machine's not very useful. Because I could fully accept. So things I could accept is, one, I could definitely see it as potentially a bug with precision farming, where actually that's okay. So I'll end up taking over this manually in a minute. Because if you used it in Farm Sim 25 before precision farming, now you're struggling to remember if you used it for direct or not. Farm Sim 22 worked perfectly, you can confirm. Gotcha. Okay. Because what I'm thinking is, once we drop this off, what it could be is, let's try turning off the variable seed output whatever and see if that matters. Because I would fully be able to accept that it is a bug with precision farming. That is a very plausible thing. And that would be the functionality that's related to precision farming, is that variable seed whatever. There's a bunch of bee boxes there? Okay, I did not know that. Alright, so let's go ahead and get all this dropped off. Yeah, so if we can get over there before they fully cultivate the field, I'd like to try that, but I'm going to need to try it in a spot that they haven't cultivated already. But see, if you recall correctly, that thing had the exact same problems in Farm Sim 22 when it got introduced, Giant Pixelator. To clarify, do you mean just that functionality in its entirety, like the combination, or with the precision farming? Like that's just to clarify which of the two issues, since we were discussing 2 of them. I.e., is it based on the precision farming mod or not? That is the concern. Like, I'm fine to use a precision farming mod either way. Combination just didn't work with or without it? Gotcha. Interesting. I'm surprised then it would still be broken with Farming Sim 25 being out for a little while. Because I think we've already had a couple of DLC and everything. And I'm assuming that'd be a popular setup, because I could definitely see the advantage of doing that setup as opposed to doing those processes one by one, unless you've got... Like, once you start getting the bigger tools, I imagine the bigger tools start to become the better solution, just because 3 meters versus it when you're able to do, like, 20 meters all at once with some of those processes. That would be the point when you'd probably flip to not wanting to do the combination anymore. Because while I can do all 3, if I could do, you know, 5 passes per pass, I should just do the bigger passes. Okay, so we can turn this in. But I mean, if it's bugged, it's bugged. Not much to do about it. Because no, at least for me, with the release of Farm Sim 25, I actually ran into very little bugs. Not none. Okay. Alright. So there's 4,000, there's 6,000, there's 6,000. Why can I not switch vehicles? That's weird, I can't seem to switch over to my tractor. Alright. So I'm going to take another tractor, but let's do a quick test again. This time with turning the variable thing off. So I'll finish this pass, and I'm going to take it over. We'll switch to GPS, because I'll just GPS it either way. Okay. So what we'll do is we'll reattach that. I will try turning off the variable speed seed thing, and then just leave it turned on manually, I guess. I don't think there's a... Okay, I think I pull up to that the other way. Alright. So switch U, steering assist on, okay. And so I want to... That's not what I wanted to do. Alright. So, deactivate... Because my G button is another place than other ones. Okay. Change seed rate, left shift. H. B. Okay. So in theory, that's all turned on. I don't think it's working. Pretty solidly sure it's not working. Alright, so we'll just do this. It's fine. You know, if you bought them as a single unit, the seeder didn't work. And if you had to find the individual part of the power horror, this combination. It was one of the complaints Giants is they hide that info away. Yeah. All right. Well, what I'm going to go ahead and do, real fast, is rather than continuing to work on this field right this second. Ooh, I don't actually know. Oh, we do have a house in this map. We don't need to plant right this moment. We can get back to daylight. Because it'll also let me, like, queue up our next contracts, that kind of stuff. And not be driving around in the dark where no one can see. And then suddenly we can actually go and do it. Oh, I should have made my loan payments to knock that down. It's fine. It's too late to care about now. Alright, well, in the meantime, you just harrow, or you just cultivate the whole field. Oh wait, get back to work. You just cultivate the whole field. Figure all that out. Is there any sales we care about deeply? This is on sale right now, the thing I'm using this very second. Oh yeah, no, that's yeah, no, you're good, Kravik. It's not your fault it's bugged. Regardless, it'll get the job done. It's going to be a two-step thing, so it'll probably end up doing is I probably will end up getting rid of it. But right now, I'm going to go ahead and get through the fields we've already got queued up for it at this moment. And then once that's so we can worry about the next thing. So let's look at our contracts. Those aren't particularly amazing, because if I go grab this, I will make 2,000, but I'm gonna have to drive that machine the whole way down there, and it is a very slow machine. Hey, there you go. Oh man, I got excited, and I was like, there you go. Then I see it's carrots. Never mind. The green beans aren't the worst thing in the world. It's not a huge field. Not my favorite, but that gives me something to work on while I wait. So you're to the east. Yeah, you're field 60. So we can go ahead and get that going. And like I said, what I might even do is we might just dump, because I was really excited about the idea of it doing the seeding and the weeding in one go. To me, that's a really cool thing that I don't think I've seen on anything else. And it just makes sense as like just a very useful piece of equipment. Gotcha. It's just catching up why you were like the bigger cedars you didn't like. Yeah, no, I can understand that. There's a lot of those equipments that can get a little bit unwieldy after a while. They're just large and so all that. That is one thing I get spoiled about with my Survivor Man challenge maps. So with the actual maps, you know, I gotta drive through these cities and go to all the different sell points and buy points and all that. Most of the Survivor challenge style maps are mostly like these big open areas. And so with those, I don't really have to worry about navigating. You'll just have me just driving across the entire map with the harvester with the big header on it and everything. Who cares if it's like 40 meters wide? I don't, like, you just go through, you just gotta stay away from your handful of buildings that you put up for your equipment and all that, and you're good. But I could definitely see her playing in actual maps like this, especially when you're in that middle area where there's all the trees and the narrow roads, that you would have to trailer a lot of your bigger headers and all that kind of stuff. Okay, so you work on that. Let me go ahead and grab the trailer here. Okay. Yeah, so we'll try and get the oil radish down. And I believe what happens is I think, because I read through, for those who didn't see, and I pointed this out earlier, if you're wondering, you're like, well, how do you figure out how to do all this? The precision farming actually has under its help the entire, like, its own tab that's like, hey, here's what it is, here's the soil types, here's how you sample soil, here's like all the pH value stuff, here's the nitrogen value stuff, here's the yield map information, you know, what seeds and what need, like, what seeds need what amount and what soil, the kind of the cool, like, better handling of weeds and fertilizer, the fact you can turn on tram lines, the nitrogen sensor, the crop sensor, the environmental score, and all the aspects. Like, they go and they really give you a ton. But it's this one here, the cover crop subsidy. Planting cover crops such as oilseed radish on your field during the winter can earn you subsidies up to €200 per hectare. To qualify, ensure the field remains covered through February. So it's 200 per hectare. I actually didn't realize it said the per hectare part there. So what that means is this field here, I'd actually make just shy of $1,000 up to. And you know, that's not amazing, but that does help a little bit. That does weirdly also make me think, because I don't think those crops rot. So in theory, I imagine you could just buy land covered in oil radish, and then well, because it's every year, you only get once per year. Never mind. I was gonna be like, you could make money and actually run there. It's like, you could, but at only like $1,000 a year for an okay-sized field. Maybe not really. That may not actually be even a remotely reasonable strategy. But I mean, that's the whole idea, is it's not supposed to be something you can make good money off of. Alright, so you're finishing this. Are there more contracts that popped up for the harvesting? Red beets and carrots can go die in a fire, so none of that's gonna matter. I'm not gonna worry about the fertilizing, because that's the stuff the fertilizing, the weeding, those are the contracts I fully expect to bug with precision farming. Because if you use that precision farming thing that's supposed to do it, I imagine they just did the texture going there. Okay. So we do have nitrogen showing up in the soil here. It is planted. So that's all good. Interestingly enough, it says withered for the oilseed radish for whatever reason. Alright, well, since I'm not going to be connected to this thing for the seeding, let's go look into our seeder, because I'll deal with it in a moment. I was going to say, what I will look into is, so we have those seeders. I do wonder, yeah, because here's the power harrowers. Yeah, and that's where you point out the combination thing. Yeah, so the Venta also has the whole thing. That one's the mod one, though. That one's also okay. But let's look here at the seeders, because I will want to do those. And there's the Versa 3. I almost never look under some of that stuff. Yeah, that's a direct one. You can do 4.6 with the ability to putting down the fertilizer. And I can't go up there because we don't have the horsepower for it. Because we're at 160 horsepower is what I got. And that's right on the edge, but that one's still also... You're probably another one that's combination? No. It's always a weird one when you find ones that just seem like they're worse than your other options. You're like, but why would I get that? Right, so this is the one you're saying is like the combination. That one there's like the pre-combination one. Versus this is the combination one here, I think. It's hard to tell. Because that one looks like it's a combination there, the HR 4040 Venta. But it doesn't even mention the cultivating aspect of it. Versus I'm willing to bet if we go in here, we could probably find it. I'm just curious if we can see it. So that's the KUN 4040 and Venta. I think that's literally, where was that? Power Harrowers? Yes, the HR 4040 combination Venta. Gotcha. Okay. Regardless, so let's go look at our seeders, because, again, if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. Let's not get caught up on it. It is interesting that the combination is listed here, and it just doesn't even mention the cultivating aspect of it. That's what I'm finding curious, because it's very clearly you have the cultivating piece of equipment, then that, and the weeder on the back there. I'm a little tempted maybe to lease this one next year, and just, I don't expect it to work, but just see if it works if you lease the whole kit and caboodle mashed up as one big thing. Well, here would be the... Nah, that's not the same one I'm looking at. This clearly also is a cultivator with that all attached in the back. Okay, either way. Oh, that's what all these are, never mind. So let's see. So we have this one here. It's supposed to do this without requiring cultivation or anything. And it's got like the thing that looks like it has the weeder on the back, but that's fine. That's not really important for me right now, just because I already have... Well, I mean, we're probably going to get rid of the cultivator we have now. Realistically. Because it's super small if I'm going to do that. I either want to get something that is the combination, or something like that. Honestly, with our 160 horsepower limits, that one's 3 meters. Yeah, that's 3 meters. I can get this one up to 4.6 meters, but that one won't let me do the whole process in one go. I think we will get this one. Okay, so let's just go ahead and do it. Oh, you got stuck anyways, so that didn't help anyways. Alright, so let's go ahead and I'm just going to hook these two up again. Yeah, so my assumption is this is basically the same as like that big power harrower I bought for what it works with. It's just the nature of the fact that you can split them up or not if you so choose. You know, versus the other thing is like, it's a combination. It's just one big thing. Let's see if repairs are free. If repairs are free, I will repair this. To not take the loss on that before we sell it back. That was a bug going on. I hope they fixed it, because it was one that even if you're trying not to cheese it, you can very easily accidentally cheese it. I also wonder with the oil radish, using that for fertilizer, if you plant the oil radish and you cultivate over it and do the oil radish again, will that count? Oh, wait, wasn't the whole reason why I needed to do this thing is that the power thing, even though it is a cultivator, wasn't letting you do that over the oil radish? It's fine, whatever. We have it. If I have to get a separate piece of equipment to cultivate later, we do what we gotta do. Okay, where's your repair spot? Usually right around the side. Alright, where is your service area? It's every single other one of the base maps. They almost always have the repair right here. Is ever building outside of the car park? I see it. There you are. Okay, so repair $1. They did fix the bug. Okay, that's fine. I'm glad it's fixed. Okay. Alright, so you can bring this back down. And that should let us do that field. Real fast, how are you doing? You're fine. Because the green beans take a little while. Alright, so the downside is that does mean the part I cultivated doesn't matter because I'm just going to be recrossing over the same area. It's fine. No biggie. It was good to test that. Now I know not to use that vehicle in the future. And then if people ask, hey, I'm not, like, this isn't working for me, what do? I can be like, hey, it's bugged right now. Like, maybe just get the big combination thing. This will also let us do the experiment of just rolling over the existing oil radish with this, just to see if it sticks, works, whatever. I fully acknowledge, like, believe that if you're saying it's not working, it probably doesn't, because I could see where if you're just driving over existing crop, it just doesn't have the knowledge to be like, oh wait, no, crush that crop and cultivate and do all that stuff. Like, it's probably looking to see if you're in the harvested state. And if you're not, it just doesn't do. Or freshly harvested or plowed or whatever, it's just not a state they considered or whatever. Okay, so that is your stuff. Where did I drop the seeds? There they are. Okay. So unfold the cedar. That didn't look like it did literally anything but okay. We are on oil radish. We will lower the cedar. I'm going to set steering assist. Check to make sure there's no other contracts I care about. I'm mostly going to look at the fertilizer or the harvesting ones. I don't want to do a ton of grain bean contracts. There's a lot of them out there, but it is fairly slow. Alright, that does seem to be working. Can't really tell if we're using any of our seeds right now or not. So we're at 9.8 liters. Okay. That doesn't... Okay. Oh, wait, never mind, never mind. There it went. It just used some. Oh, it used some because we're at the end of the field. It's definitely cultivate... Or... Maybe I'm just overestimating how much it should be using? Let's back that up. I mean, it's so hard to turn that thing. Maybe with all this whole setup, it uses, like, next to nothing. It's fine. Because I do know there's some crops that don't use crap for seeds. Because that one we're definitely seeing the dirt change textures, and that's usually your indicator when things are working or not, is if it changes texture, something's getting done. Okay, it says 9.6. Yeah, I guess it's just using basically next to no seeds. Okay, are you showing as oil rat? You are showing as oil radish planted. It's just using so very few seeds now. Now, the other one was definitely not working. At least I'm pretty sure it wasn't working. And I could be wrong, because it did seem like we weren't even seeing the texture change. Well, I mean, over here where I'm turned around, where's the... Yeah, no, it says oiled radish is growing here. Okay. Let's try passing on the other side and see if this weed I chucked down before I got switched to switch to swathing gets itself sorted. Oh, that's... It's so weird that that's actually detecting going around that edge properly. For the other ones, it doesn't. But yeah, being able to do an entire pass and not use 1 liter of seeds is pretty nice. But that's probably an oil radish thing specifically. Yeah, no, it's using it. We just saw it go down again. So I think it's working just fine. It's just really, really low seed consumption. Yeah, no, it's working. I would definitely say this is working now. Yeah, no, I didn't figure, because if it did use a lot of seeds, that would really cut into what it's worth. Okay, so you work on that. We've got you doing this. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to do one last check to make sure there's not another contract I want. Because I don't think there is, because I really don't want to deal with all of this. Okay, unless there's like an amazing... Alright, that's fine. So I'm going to take over for you. So then we can just zip up and down harvesting. Get all the oil seed happening. Because otherwise it's going to sit there and try and do those big cutouts on the corners of the field, and I just don't want to let it sit there and take all that time. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And this is the big negative with the green beans, the pea, the green beans, the pea, and the spinach, is all of their harvesters, they work relatively fast so far as their, I mean, I shouldn't say relatively, they work fine in their movement speed. It's only 6 miles an hour, that's not great. But they do get it done. And they actually are a fairly high yield crop for the area you cover. So as far as fields you have, they're fairly profitable. But the big negative is I think they're like 6 meters wide. So for a harvester, they're pretty small, which does lead to the problem of, as far as time to like harvest a field, is pretty rough. So that's their big negatives. That's the reason I try not to take too many contracts for them. They're fairly lucrative contracts. It's just the problem is like the human time for it as opposed to the in-game time for it is significant. There's a lot of consideration that goes into that. So we won't end up doing them slow and methodical. Yeah. They're great if you're the kind of player who you just want to kind of chill, brain off, and just go. They're great for just going back and forth while you got something on your other screen, that kind of thing. If you're someone who wants to get through a bunch of different processes, it's not a good call. That said, there's definitely worse. I would certainly put any of the root crop, potatoes, the sugar beets. I would definitely say if you want something that's like very laborious, they're definitely worse offenders for that kind of thing. Works for you personally? Oh yeah. Yeah, no, I don't mind it. Low key, I have a YouTube series from way back on Farm Sim 22 that is doing a Survivor Man challenge that I didn't do on stream, that I was doing just on YouTube. And I was doing it on Calmlands. And so I started out being like, okay, like, Calmlands, I got this like little patch of trees. It wasn't a lot, but a little patch of trees, and it was enough for me to get like a really crappy tractor, and I really had to kind of go with the minimum I can get away with. And I went into root crop, because if you actually look at the equipment for root crop, I'm not sure if it's the same in this one. Oh, it'd be under the vegetables. If you look at what you need for root crop, so far as the cheapest you can get away with, the planter, boom, 12,000. And then the harvester, boom, 39. So other than the tractor, you only need like $40,000-$50,000 to get it going. That is the cheapest for actually doing crop by a mile. Not literally. It's pretty dang cheap. There's very few crops you can get anywhere near that cheap. And so as a result, for doing that thing where I was sitting, I think it only got like $80, $90, or $100,000 from the trees I got rid of. It was enough I was able to get a tractor and the two things to do the root crop. No, I think I set up a greenhouse in addition to that. But the whole point was I ended up going into the root crop because it's all I had, because of the cost of everything. Now, the problem with Calmlands is it has the same issue that the Frontier map for Farm Sim 25 had when it first came out, that the plots of land you get are huge. Like, it's not like this map where we can go in and say, I want to buy a field, and then go, okay, oh, that's a really big field, that's a bit much. Let me go ahead and get this, like, this little smaller one up here, or that really tiny one up there. You can't do that. They're all fairly evenly spread out, and they're all just absolutely enormous. So for that kind of a challenge, the moment I got the equipment to do so, I made the entire tile that I could fit in, you know, minus a little bit of wiggle room for like a greenhouse or whatever, into one massive field. And it was something like harvesting the field, if I recall correctly, it's something like it took me 5 or 6 real-life hours because I was using the absolute smallest harvester for the vegetables, which if we look at that, it's 0.8 meters wide. For context, if we look at these rows in front of me, I'm willing to bet, so like you can see where there's like the 6 different rows of the green beans in front of the harvester we're doing. I'm willing to bet that rightmost row is wider than 0.8 meters. We can actually check to see how that compares to the harvester we're using right now. The green bean harvester is 3.3 meters wide. Okay. Yeah, so it's probably about one of those rows wide-ish. So you can imagine harvesting in a field probably it'd be about twice the size of this field, I would guess. It'd only be about 1.5 times as wide, but much longer. Imagine harvesting that one individual row at a time. And then on top of that, it was the one that it spits out crates. So you have to like stop. You have to stop moving your harvester by the crate. Sorry, you stop moving the harvester, you drop off your crate once you've harvested. You know, start moving again. So it's, you go down the row and then you stop, you lower, you move, like you push the crate back, you move forward, you buy a new crate, and then you drive forward. And it's doing that the whole time. And it took like 5-6 hours to harvest the field. And then it took like another hour or so after that to get the forklift to just go around lifting all of the individual boxes, because there's over 100 boxes per harvest. Now the good side of it was, while the labor side of it was absolutely completely asinine, because again, you're talking 6 straight hours of harvesting one field. Like, I'd have to slow the game down to like half time to get it all done. The money I was getting for it was actually really good. I think I was making like 80, or it's not 80,000. It was some pretty ridiculous amount. It was like 60, 70, 80,000 per harvest on a challenge on the hardest economy. And I don't even think I could really wait till it was like actually at its good payout. So you get the no, actually I think I could. I think I did wait till it was on its good payout. I take that back. But it's just one of those things that it was just like a whole big thing. I ended up not continuing that series too far though. Like I did a good couple harvests of that. But it was just one of those things that the viewership of that series was not good, which that was edited. So where I talked about like in real life it would take me 6, 7, 8 hours. By the time like I did the full cycle, you know, plow, seed, you know, fertilize, all that, all the way through. It would take me something like 10 hours to do like that whole process start to finish. It's probably too much, like 8.5 hours maybe to do that whole process for one episode. But I would cut the whole thing down to like a 20-minute video. Where, you know, I just do like the fast forward thing where just, you know, play some music for like 5 minutes as I did that 8 hours worth of work. But it was just didn't have the viewership. Algorithm just didn't pick up on it, and as well as things I finally had to stop and be like, hey man, I'm putting in like 10, 11, 12 hours a week on these videos, and at that point I wasn't able to make literally any money off of it. But if we pretend it was now and its viewership, I'd probably make like 8 or 9 cents, maybe. Needless to say, that's not a particularly good time investment. Like, don't get me wrong, content creation, generally speaking, doesn't pay well. But there's a difference between doesn't pay well and be like, okay, how much was I making an hour? Somewhere in the area of a penny. Maybe it's time to do an adjustment. That is certainly not sustainable. I, for the record, have debated going back and doing a new Survivor Man challenge run so much. Because, one, the viewership on the YouTube channel has blown up this past time frame. Like, it's actually been a thing I've been discussing with some other content creators. We're seeing really weird numbers out of YouTube right now. Like, it's still nowhere near the viewership I have over on my Twitch side. And I don't ever anticipate YouTube being the place I go for my main platform. There's just... monetizing that is so much harder. It's so much harder to make your, like, pay your bills and all that. Because generally speaking, when it comes to the... like, on Twitch, when it comes to your income as a content creator, your primary place you get revenue is, one, if you end up taking sponsorships, that's the thing. And also, I forgot. Hi, Gmodder, I was not trying to ignore you. I just got caught up in my thoughts. But like on Twitch, you know, you've got bits, you've got subs, you've got ad revenue. Sponsorships are a very significant component for a lot of creators, and we're not even talking like people like, you know, like promoting energy drinks or stuff like that, or HelloFresh. I mean, HelloFresh actually does fit in my area. But like when I have like a game sponsorship, for example, just to give you an idea on like the ratio, it only takes about 2 to 3 game sponsorships in the entirety of the month to literally make as much as all of the other revenue I get from the channel, which is one of the reasons I do like to take those when they're a possibility. That said, for people who haven't been here, I don't take mobile game sponsorships typically. I don't take sponsorships for like, you know, anything that's like super duper microtransaction-y. And I mean that in like the you know, the gotcha predatory kind of thing. I avoid all those. Right. Raid Shadows Legend is a game that is a hard no for me. And for the record, I don't view negatively on anyone who does. Y'all gotta pay your bills and all that kind of stuff. And I get it. I've known content creators who they had a rough month where their car broke down. They had a partner who was having a health thing, so like it was just something just burning their savings and all that. And they happened to get offered a pretty good sponsorship from a mobile game. And so they took it. They're like, hey, I don't like taking these, but, you know, the bill collectors are getting angry and you gotta do what you gotta do. I understand I am in a privilege that I can be like, hey, you know what? No, I'm not gonna take these. But those types of sponsorships end up being not specifically Raid Shadow Legends, but like those kind of sponsorships of taking a sponsor from a game's whole thing. Now the problem you run into on the YouTube side is a lot of that math works differently. Generally speaking, and this is a very big generalization, generally speaking, the vast majority of content creators on YouTube, you see a lot less direct support from your viewers. So far as like Super Chat is a thing over on YouTube. The frequency you see Super Chat by comparison to, for example, like subs or bit drops on Twitch, you're not talking apples to apples. Twitch has far more direct interaction from the viewers with your creators in that manner. Now, that said, generally speaking, on YouTube, they do better about merchandising, they do better about Patreon, and they do better about sponsorships that are those, including the Raid Shadow Legend ones. I would actually argue that one thing that does help content creators on the YouTube side is for stuff like sponsors of like Opera GX and Raid Shadow Legends and HelloFresh and all these kind of things.
Thank you, Darth Strider 1998, for subscribing for 16 months. The time has come, and so I have not MRNICE 10 cozy 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 MRNICE 10 cozy.
And thank you, Darth Strider, for the tier 1 sub. That's 16 months you've been subbed to the channel, and it means a whole heck of a lot, so thanks so much for that continued support. But yeah, so I was going to say is, one of the reasons why in some cases on the YouTube side, the sponsors tend to be more willing to do sponsorships on YouTube, is when I do a live stream on Twitch. The only guarantees they have is in the moment that I am streaming, the number of views that I bring in that time will check out the channel. So if, for example, right now we got 120, 130 people watching tonight, if I were to be doing a sponsorship. Say FarmSim sponsored me. For the record, not sponsored. They did provide... So actually, they provided me with a key to early access. This key I am currently playing on right now, I did pay for, because the key they provided me was for their store, and I prefer my games on Steam, so I was willing to buy the game to have it on Steam as well. But pretending in a moment that if they were sponsoring me in this moment, what they would get is, for the sponsored segment, normally what it is for these kind of games is the most common agreement by content creators with the sponsor is, I will play your game for N number of hours, 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever the agreed upon amount is, and it varies. It's usually 2 hours, but sometimes it's longer for certain games if that's just not enough time or whatever. But, you know, I will play the game for N hours for Y dollars. Sometimes we'll expect a social media post or two, and that's usually, hey, I'm going to be streaming this game on this day, you know, hashtag ad. Maybe they want you to do a shout out, you know, please wishlist the game or whatever, but you get the idea. And then usually there'll be either a second post, I am live playing this game, and they don't ask you to, I mean, I have not been asked to say verbatim what in there, just generally like, hey, one post saying I'm going to be doing this on this day, another post that you are actively doing it, or after the fact that you did it, kind of things. Usually the after the fact is more charity stuff, so like they might ask you to say, hey, after your charity stream, you know, do a post saying, hey, I raised X amount of dollars for this charity, and then, you know, still have the link for anyone else who wants to continue to support the charity, but that'll usually be part of the negotiation. And that's usually it on the surface. Sometimes they'll also... I take that back. There's one more thing they commonly do. They'll commonly ask you to have your bot every 15, 20, 30 minutes. It varies thing to thing. Be like, you know, here's the link to the Steam page. Hey, was that a deer in the field or a roach on your screen that disappeared in the dark? I hope it's a deer. There is a deer on the field, because if it's a roach on your screen, gross. But, you know, also gross. But yeah, no, it's but it's a whole thing. So you get into that, and sometimes you'll have different sponsors will have different asks. Usually, if they ask more, here's the hint: the more you ask, the more you charge. That's basically how it works. So I do know there was. I myself didn't run into it. I know there was another content creator, I'm not going to say the game, but the game in question, it was by a group that has some major big name copywritten IPs and all that, and they had the extra ask that says, hey, for this stream, you are not allowed to keep a VOD. Which is weird, because most of the sponsors I've had have been the reverse. They said, hey, we want you to keep your VOD for at least 30 days or whatever the amount is, which is fine, whatever. I'm like, I'm going to keep the VOD anyways, so that doesn't bother me. But they got the reverse of, because it was like all this copywritten IP, they're like, hey, do not keep the VOD for this. And it's like, oh. And I take that back. I actually know someone who is not even the IP, but it was one of those things that it was for, I will simply state it as, it was for an organization was sponsoring them, completely unrelated to anything, that they were building awareness kind of thing. And they asked to be given a copy of the VOD, but that the individual don't keep their own VOD kind of thing, because they wanted to be able to edit it and kind of put it out there as their own promotional material. But when they do those kind of asks, you're like, okay, I'm going to charge you extra for that. You are making this a headache for me, and, you know, by having me get rid of the VOD, that means I can't use it for my own marketing, so there's a cost. I'm down to do that, but I'm gonna charge you extra. And that's very all over the place on what creators charge. Now, see, it irks you that we have to mark streams videos where we've been given a key as paid content. A game key doesn't pay the bills. I wish there was able to differentiate between the actual payment and game keys. And it's totally fine if you don't want to disclose this. So, unless I'm mistaken where I'm at, I am supposed to disclose if someone gave me a key. I don't need to disclose it as ad. I believe in the UK and I think Germany you do. Like they see those as one of the same. You receive something as value, and I agree. There's a difference between, hey, I gave you access to this for free. You know, arguably you could go back and forth on whether or not that has monetary value. But, you know, it is the thing that I'm like, yeah, I'm totally fine with having to disclose that. I think it makes sense to require disclosure that you got the key. But I do know in some places you are specifically required to label it as ad. And that, you know, that's one of those things like, but it's not. And I get that's a matter of perspective. And I understand the reason they have that is for transparency, that people understand there might be a conflict of interest and yada, yada, yada. And that you are potentially being promoted to and yada, yada. I do agree, though, it'd be nice if there's more nuance there. For me, because I have Fractal supporting, I just have ad there anyways because I am being paid to stream because they put their little banner on my channel and we have that stuff going on. It's like, hey, Fractal, check it out. Because they do sponsor the stream. For those who don't know who Fractal is, who is sponsoring our channel and all that, they're a hardware vendor that works in computer cases, chairs, headsets, cooling solutions such as fans and water cooling, among other things, and they definitely go by the strategy of wanting to be the best quality kind of thing, as opposed to just dumping stuff out in the cheap. So they're a premium brand. Fractal Kit looks pretty cool. Oh yeah, no, that's part of the reason I was very happy about it. So I met with the Fractal people at TwitchCon, and it was one of those things. I've been using Fractal cases, so not their other stuff, but the cases, for the last I sat down and did the math, something like 13 years. That literally I've got 3 cases in my house. I've got the one I'm using now. I've got the case I had before this one because they gave me the case my computer's currently in. And then I have my last computer case was also Fractal, and then my wife's computer case is also Fractal. And all of that was before I was making content. The only case here that's come since I've started making content or was sponsored is just the current one. So it's a product I swear by because it's a product I've been using for... I think the computer case I got before all that was Thermaltake way back. And that was like, I think when Thermaltake first started making cases, I think I only bought the one, and it was a good case. But after that, like, Fractal was just, I liked their cases more, because that was, I did the plexiglass windows before it was cool. Like, I was in that age group where, in that group that was like, you couldn't buy a computer with a plexiglass window, so you got out your Dremel, and, you know, some steel wool to clean up the edges and all that, and, you know, taking your computer monitor and taking the bezel off of it and everything, and it wasn't anodized. What was it for staining the plastic? It was a specific type of stain. Going through and, like, getting the stain to go into the plastic so you get, like, you know, a custom blue paint, and this is, we're talking CRT monitors. That's how far back this was. Like, you'd be adding lights next. I did add lights. I probably have pictures. They're really bad pictures because they're like very first digital camera kind of pictures. But I actually took a computer case and I cut in, put the window in the side and everything, and I had a power supply in the top. And a separate power supply I made like a hookup for it on the bottom. And the top power supply was running all my computer stuff. But the bottom power supply, which this wasn't some case designed for it. Like, that was just literally bolted up to the grill. I, like, drilled holes and everything for it. And that was running lights for it. And the reason I put on the second one wasn't a fear of not being able to run it for power. I had adapted a set of it was neon lights for cars because it was the same voltage and everything. So I was able to map it all out so it all worked without overpowering the lights and all that. But it was still a car set of lights with strobes in it, and I was not that confident to the point I wanted it putting on, you know, hooked up to my motherboard or anything else. So I was like, you get yours. This power supply just runs this top and bottom, you know, neon lights with the little ones, and they had the sound detection too, so that As the music was bumping, the lights would pulse, or if the fan kicked up to full speed, the lights would brighten up as well, which was not an intended or planned feature. That was, they just detect vibrations, so the fans going full bore also worked. Did I ever do it again after the computer? No. It was a lot of work, and it was a lot of waste of money. And nowadays I'm on the other end of the spectrum where I get, people have been in here where it's like, man, I just want a headset. Why do I have to get why to get the nice one does it have to have RGB in it? I want to get my $10-15 off to be sans RGB. Or that I get something that has RGB in it just because that was my only option, and I immediately turn it off or turn it to like super dimmed or whatever, and just no RGB. I don't have a problem with it, I just don't want lights in the corner of my eyes blinking at me the whole time. You'll try their chair day one. Yeah, no, that's they've got their headsets I know are coming. I'm looking forward to those. It's going to be a bit tricky to not, sorry, I know the game just lost audio. I need to just move windows around. The headsets, it's hard not to be like, yes, pull the trigger, I want this right now. Because, like, they're nicer headsets, the ones I have. They are really nice headsets. I got to try them on at TwitchCon, like, these are really good headsets. But my headsets work fine. They work good. I don't have that kind of money to throw around and be like, just give me the next one, give me the next one, give me the next one. And maybe not, I could convince them to send me one. Probably not asking so much. What, game audio? Don't tease me like that. If it's actually not working, by all means be like, yo, I can't hear it. But I can clearly see that it's going through the equalizer. Don't tease me about my audio supposedly not working, because that crap happens enough for real, and that can be super stressful. Am I not in position? Okay. So your PC is in a shell with no sides because it didn't fit properly in its original shell. You need a better fan, classic Alienware. Should really look at getting a case at some point. You just don't do any technical stuff. Looking at the inside of a computer PC can intimidate you. Oh yeah, no, it's absolutely fair. Obviously I have a bias here. I have been very happy with Fractal cases, and I will probably continue to buy them for the foreseeable future. And for the record, as I'm saying this, I do not get kickbacksies if you do buy them. So this isn't me being like, yo, buy it, so I can get my, 5-10% or anything. I don't get that. It's a direct sponsorship. They're literally paying me for a number of months to promote their product and all that. I don't have any written obligations of like, oh, you gotta give me this many units sold or anything like that. Nothing of that sort. It's literally just, hey, we like your channel, put this badge and all that on your channel. That's the agreement. Which is cool. I appreciate that. Because while I've been very fortunate that most of the sponsors that have come by here have been very chill, I do occasionally get someone who wants to come by and be like, we would love to sponsor your channel. It's like, all right, let's see the deets. And then they've got this entire thing. It's like, man, I don't think I can follow your contract if I wanted to. There are so many clauses in here. I'm gonna say no. Like, I realize you gotta make sure you're getting your money's worth, but there's definitely a point when you're looking at this like, man, if I gotta look at your contract and I cannot with confidence follow it because there's so much in it, I'm gonna say no because I'm assuming I'm gonna break your contract whether I mean to or not, and it's just not worth it. Plus, usually when you get those kind of contracts that are over the top, usually things aren't on the up and up. There's some sketch going on. Yeah, so we already got our other field done. Which it will be curious. Let's actually look real fast while I'm doing this row to the precision farming one and the nitrogen and go down to our field over here. Okay, I was curious if we were going to be able to see the nitrogen content, all that. They're over the top for a reason? Yes. That is actually one thing that makes it a lot easier for managing contracts with creators, is most of the contracts are very consistent. So when you have one that significantly deviates from it, that is a major red flag. That there is a reason there's a major deviation going on there. And it sometimes can be a good thing. I've had one or two contracts that have come in that it's been like one paragraph. And you're like, okay, and you're like, you know, it's just a very simple contract. You're like, cool. You know, no social posts. It's like literally the contract is like, play 2 hours of our game. That's the contract. Pay 2 hours of the game, you will be paid net 30. Fair enough. There's been once or twice where you get a contract like, this is a really good contract for me. As you're currently in the market for a new computer because the old faithful laptop is getting an age and it's really showing her age? Yeah. Well, it's also, I know you'll have some people who knock prefab, because very, very genuinely, a lot of times when you do buy prefab, they always tend to cheap out on something. And usually it's something that isn't obvious to spot. I don't know about nowadays because I haven't bought a prefab in a hot minute, but the one that you used to get in trouble to a lot is you'd sit there and it'd have like a really nice video card, a really nice processor, a whole bunch of RAM, and then if you actually look up the specs on the motherboard itself, like the buses on all that, would be really terrible. It'd have like a really bad chipset and everything. And so you'd look at it and you just see like this many gigahertz, this many core, you know, super powerful GPU, you know, 32 gigs of RAM and all that stuff. You'd be like, hell yeah, I'm buying an amazing computer. And then realize your entire computer performance is being completely choked out by this motherboard that can barely handle any of it. That's like minimum specs for all of it. And so you're like, man, I spent like $3,000 something on this top of the line computer, and it runs like garbage sometimes. And it's because they cheaped on the motherboard. You know, it's got a crap chipset or whatever. And you can get some that are like premium brands that are actually good the whole way through. But usually, if you're not paying those premium dollars, there's a reason for it. Versus when you part it out, you know every single part. You get to pick them all. But that also requires you to actually do a lot of homework, because you can unintentionally do the exact same thing to yourself. That you're like, okay, you know, I got this really good video card, I got this really good processor, well, I don't need this gaming motherboard. Not realizing that, you know, and you don't need a gaming motherboard specifically, but not realizing you cheaped on your motherboard, and that's going to come back to bite you. That, like, maybe it's like some of the slots aren't the faster slots out there nowadays. Maybe it's got a bad chipset on it. You know, these like, you know, these things that are very easy to miss that can have a dramatic impact on your overall computer performance. Because it's really easy to see, like, gigahertz higher, you know, RAM higher, those things. But your Alienware is prefab. Honestly, the guts are really good value for the money, and it was when the video cards were expensive and hard to come by. However, they went all in on aesthetics, and fans were too small and squished in, so you've had overheating problems. Yeah, no, and that's, like, especially if you're looking at, like, laptops, you know, laptops you can't really custom part in a meaningful way. But yeah, and that's, like, I'm not knocking prefab, because there's something to be said about having a warranty. A lot of the better brands of those computers have pretty solid warranties. There's some that their warranty's dodgy. But that was always the big thing, you know, people would be like, oh, well, clearly you got a custom build, that's where you get the most value for your money, that's where you get all of it. It's like, right, and it was even more important back then. I'd say it's actually more nuanced nowadays, the part by part versus prefab. But in the past, like, it used to be a huge amount of savings, but even then, if you're like, hey, unless you are super technologically understanding yourself, or you got, like, you know, your significant other or your roommate or someone else is, like, really, really good with tech and will support you, get the prefab. If it's a good warranty prefab, get the prefab. Because, yeah, you can save a bunch of money, but if something goes wrong and you depend on that computer, it can bite you in the butt. I mean, Alienware got acquired by Dell. Man, has it been 10 years now? That's been a long time ago. Like that, I would be surprised if a computer was running anything nowadays and it wasn't, you know, it wasn't a Dell Alienware. What prefab would you recommend if from Best Buy? I have no idea what Best Buy sells, so I couldn't answer that. Like I genuinely have not kept up with prefab, so someone else who's done shopping for those recently would be a better knowledge. I know going back like 6 or 8 years ago, I remember Lenovo was really good for if you're looking for a not really like high-end laptop. When you're looking for like a really solid laptop, then you start getting into stuff like there's like the Surface Book, and then there's like a dime a dozen competitors who are all in that same bracket, same price, same quality. Let's say you'd have more faith in the pre-Dell Alienware than the Alienware built today. Yeah. It says that you think it's 2 or 3 years, but you needed prefab and literally don't understand. Yeah. Right, that's exactly what people are saying is, that's, I actually, so for people who don't know, I used to teach college courses, and it was Advanced PC Repair, and A+, CompTIA A+ certification, which is all just words for PC repair. And one of my favorite things I would do as kind of a fun project to round out towards the end of the year on the hardware side, because it was mostly hardware was the first, like, beginning PC repair was primarily hardware. Advanced PC repair was primarily software, like operating systems, which we did cover, Linux, Windows. Man, what the hell Apple operating system? Was it just OS back? Or I don't think it was OS X yet. It doesn't matter. But you know, we went through like the 3 most common operating systems, and for Linux it was Red Hat, Knoppix. I don't remember, because that was like right around the time that Ubuntu came out and a big thing. And then, you know, Knoppix and a bunch of those. So I think we had Red Hat on campus we had licenses for. So we just did Red Hat. That was not the main focus, though. That was, like, honestly just one or 2 classes was just basically being like, hey, there's a bunch of operating systems. Here's what they are. And it was kind of that type of thing. But yeah, no, so what we do for the project is we basically approached it that it would have the class would split up into, depending on how many students I had, like 4, 5, 6 groups. And each group, I'd give them a printout and say, you've basically got a customer. They want you to build them a computer. And you need to build them a computer that meets these criteria. You know, they got their budget and all that kind of stuff. So your job is to give them basically as good as a computer without blowing the budget that's, you know, covers their needs. And so you'd have one that's like the email machine. You're going to web browse on it. Basically, it's a person, they were going to, because, giving you an idea of when this happened. They're going to open up Facebook, they're going to send email, and they might look up something on Wikipedia or Google something once in a while. This is before streaming was really a thing. YouTube was still that new fandangled YouTube. Go buy a Chromebook? Man, to date this, Chrome wasn't a thing yet. Or no, wait, maybe it was? It would have been right around the time that Chrome came out. I think this was when Firefox was the new kid on the block. I'm pretty sure this is around the time that Firefox came out. But yeah, so the idea though was you had to build a computer. Like, obviously, the right answer in a lot of cases for some of the use case was just buy a laptop. But yeah, no, it was a lot of people really enjoyed it. So are you precisioning yet? Yeah, no, we're doing some precision stuff. You don't like Chrome, DuckDuckGo? You're comparing... Google is what you're trying to compare. DuckDuckGo isn't a browser, not unless something has changed that I'm blissfully unaware of. That said, I'm very curious, not going into politics here, let's take this from the tech side. So ignoring the politics of whether or not you agree with it or anything. Why are the green beans black? I don't know. That's just a texture issue I've noticed sometimes with trailers. And that's not even this one. I noticed that even before version 1.8. But it seems like every once in a while it happens. If you reload the game, it sorts it out. But so right now Google is going through a situation where they're in an antitrust suit, and I believe they've effectively lost at this point, if I've kept up correctly. And it's not that they can't appeal it. I think they still have an appeal available. That basically it's been ruled that Google used all sorts of anti-competitive behavior to artificially inflate search, as well as all that, and they've been basically told that they're going to have to break up as a company. That they're going to have to take Chrome, and is no longer going to be allowed to be in the same company as its advertising side. And so ignoring whether or not you agree with that, we're keeping the politics side out of this. Ignoring that side of it, I am genuinely curious what happens at this stage. Because in a lot of ways, Chrome has very much fallen out of favor because of all sorts of issues going on. You just use it for the invasive ads everywhere, not be there. But yeah, so it's one of those things that's been going on that Chrome has really kind of been funded through the advertising side of things. And in a lot of ways, there's been a lot of functionality that's happened to Chrome, such as where they've limited what ad blockers are allowed to work with it and a whole bunch of stuff, because there was that whole issue between the browser product and what makes it better and Google's advertising stuff and makes it better. And that those two things were at odds with each other. And so with Google's, like, if Chrome gets spun off onto its own, you know, in all respects, that will probably turn the ad blocker stuff back on. At least they should. Because unless the other company who acquires it is another advertising company, which I very much doubt, that feature is a negative against their product line. So I am curious, like, how Chrome changes in that world. Because, like, for a lot of Chrome's existing market share, a lot of that is just attrition of just people got into using it, they got comfortable with it, and they haven't moved. Because Chrome has been a bit of a memory hog for a while, and under Google these days, they've actually kind of pared down a lot of its functionality over the years, compared to, you know, Firefox and some of the other ones out there. And it's not to be like Chrome is just universally bad or anything. I'm not trying to imply that, but there's definitely some considerations to be made there. Okay, so this field, we have put down the oil radish. You're still looking for affordable pie for a pie hole? You can get like a really cheap raspberry pie. They're dirt cheap. I have a pie hole set up. In my, I actually have a wiring closet set up here. Like, when I say closet, it's inside one of my closets, and it's just this, like, one little cabinet I shoved in the corner. Like, I've inlaid it into the wall, but it's just, literally, it's a box that's maybe that big. Like, you know, maybe that deep. But I actually have a, you know, just have a circuit board that's just a Raspberry Pi sitting in the bottom running a Pi hole on it. Alright, so we do have where it's marked the whole thing for oil radish, so we are good there. Let's turn in our contract. And I don't plan on taking any more harvesting contracts now, not unless there's one that's like 15,000 or something for wheat, but it's looking like no. So let's not get caught up on that. Let's turn in the contract we did do, because if I put in the time, I might as well get paid. We are going to remember this time to pay down our loan. Now, here's the problem. That loan is probably going to cost us somewhere in the area of $2,000 a day. Would be my guess. We are going to need a source of income in the short term as well. Almost time to go anyway. You're not wrong. Thank you for reminding me that we're getting towards wrap-up time, because I would have absolutely just gone forward. So what I'm thinking, though, is there's a couple options we have. One, how big is the land we own for this field? Good. I can probably put a greenhouse or something along one of the edges over here, and then with the greenhouse on one of these edges over here, that would give me more income. I want to make sure there's enough room to get around it. I could also definitely like chop up the trees and all that. I'm going to avoid just going on a tree chopping campaign. But it does look like that's probably going to be the only way. Yeah, there's not enough room between the field. Can I fit a greenhouse along this edge here? That is the real question. And when I say fit it, I mean fit it without being really awful. Because I don't really have a good gauge for its size off the top of my head. Okay, so production. Oh wait, they're under their own category. Okay. So large tarp greenhouse, how big are you? I can fit you. Where are your 2 drop-off pickup points? So I could certainly fit that here. That's closer than I really wanted to go, though. That's close to the field than I want to get, is the problem we've got. Now, if I were to buy these ones... Okay, these ones are smaller. They take up less space. They're more money. Or we could also just get the large mushroom ones. Oh, the large mushroom ones are way bigger. Never mind. Yes, that's the water drop-off. I don't actually see... where the pickup side of it is. I think it's on this end here. Yeah, so mushroom ones would be the most cost-effective. The problem is I gotta really inch that up nearby the land there. So one is it might lift it. 2, it means it's going to be a pain to deal with later. I don't think I can wedge it back here, can I? No. Yeah, so this one might be my best bet. I wish I could see what side the drop-off spot. I think it's along the side by the pole right now. Oh, I can get you... Okay. I can actually make this very cozy. Yeah, honestly, with this one, because I can actually slide this a little bit farther under these trees and all that, I think that's what I might go with, because that there gives me enough room to squeeze this around that'll help out pretty good. I'm immediately worrying about terrain issues, but that's fine. Yeah, that should be relatively fine. I could probably go over here and smooth out this terrain a little bit. And I don't care about that having an edge to it, because I should be able to pull up, drop off the water here, no fine. We can smooth out that edge, and I think that'll be okay. So let's go get that. So, construction. This. Yeah, softens what we're looking for. It's not great. Okay, so that is at the edge, that's fine. I was trying to see if I could get closer up there. Yeah, so those last ones will be a little cursed. You know what? I take that back. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go right up here. I'm going to level that out. So I'm wasting a bit of money going back and forth, being wishy-washy about this. But the tractor I did grab, I do have the front loader attachment for it. So I should be able to put the arm on, get the forklift, and we can do that. So let me go ahead and snooze the ads for just a little bit, because we're going to go ahead and load up the water there and get that thing turned on. Because if I do not do that now, I will not do that at all. So I need... Call it a barrel? I need... Okay, so... How much water can that greenhouse carry again? Oh, wait, I can check here. The greenhouse can carry 40,000 liters. Okay. So, if I use that tiny one, I'm going to hate existence. Because, dear goodness, that's going to be awful. I don't have nearly enough for that. I can probably go for this one. That'll probably be good because it is at least capable of everything. So we are going to assume a bit more debt. Make sure there's no sales I'm missing. There are new sales. Nothing I think I'm going to worry about, though. Okay. We will, of course, paint it. It is necessary. That is a non-optional thing for here. And we'll buy you. Okay, okay. Yep, and we could just fill that up. And once that's filled up, that'll probably be where we wrap from here. So I would say, considering we only had about 4 hours of farm sim because we did split fiction for the first part of stream, I would say this hasn't gone too bad. We've got ourselves an absolute crippling debt, which is wonderful. Wouldn't have it any other way. Normally I don't have that. But yeah, we're getting pretty close to maxing out our debt, which is deeply concerning. But the greenhouse should give us enough income to hopefully stalemate our debt. If not, we should be, like, between the contracts and that, we should be more than fine. But, yeah, because I want to look at... Yeah, between the contracts and that, we should be okay. I personally like the semi-truck as a bus for transportation of goods. Yeah, no, that's, the semi is definitely a thing I want to ship stuff around mostly. The problem I have is the front of the semi is, like, almost 100,000, like 60, 70,000 on its own, and then the trailer to go with the semi is another 90,000. So it's just kind of one of those things that, like, yes, it's better than what I've got. It also costs, like, a factor of 3 times what well, actually, 5 times what it's cost, probably. Now, the real question is, where can I fill this up? Because you can usually dip it in the water, which there is water everywhere. But you can see some of those areas have pretty hard ridge to them, which means I won't be able to dip the trailer in without following it in the water very easily. I am kind of hoping we can go down to where our field is, and that we'll find like an area that's got like a low grade there. Because then if I push the trailer back into the water, we can do that. There is a cheesy trick where you can make a rice field that's like this tiny little one-tile rice field, and then you can flood it, and it becomes a water source. I'm not going to do that because that feels a little too cheesy. We can also buy a building. Oh wait, we can. I won't do it right now. I was say we can also build a windmill that pumps water now. It was a thing you could always buy, but they charged you for the water normally. But they did update that. I think it was version 1.3 or whatever. It's pretty shortly after Farm Sim 25 came out. Oh, the fence does go through there. The reason I'm trying to do this way, that is not the plan. Okay. Isn't there such a windmill on your farmyard? Oh, is there one like... Well, no, because I didn't start with the existing property. So, like, we do get the house there. But I don't actually own that tile of land, but we did buy the tile of land just south of it. But yeah, it probably would be a thing later on if we're going to keep doing a lot of greenhouse stuff, though. You can just buy it. I want to say it's not that expensive. I want to say it's like 8. Let's look real fast. I'm probably not going to buy it now because that would be just more debt. What are you under again? That's the thing. Not constructibles. Container, I think it was. Oh, it's only 10,000. Yeah, so it's 10,000, and you can see here it's just this. So for like 10,000, I could build this thing for water, and we get water for free. Honestly, for 10,000, I know I really shouldn't take on even more debt. But that is one of those cases I think this time saved will probably be worth it. Because we're going to end up filling that thing up again and again for a long time. Yeah, let's give a little bit of space so I could drive in between there. Okay. Plus now I've got a really tall windmill thing that I know exactly where my farm is. Alright, so let's get that greenhouse online, and then that'll probably be... Like, I'll advance the day, because I always like to leave it where the day is advanced, where I know I can just start whatever I need to the next day. But, then that'll probably be where we wrap this stream. And then... I'll have to check the dates. Most likely, I'll probably do more Farm Sim tomorrow. There's a pretty good chance that's going to be the plan. Not that that's all we're going to play for a while. Why is that one little patch different? Oh, it was trying to generate the rows that I went because I did some of it myself. It didn't quite work. It's fine. Okay. So while that's emptying, we'll go in here. So we do have the greenhouse. So I'm going to change output, activate. Change output, activate. change output, activate. And right now we're going to go ahead and just sell them as it happens, because I'm mostly seeing this as a way to try and offset the loan interest that we have accumulating rapidly. And so this'll take a big bite out of that. Because right now, all that work we've done today, we mostly just acquired obnoxious amounts of debt. And then we got stuff prepared to make money. We also did a whole bunch of, not a whole bunch, we did some individual contracts that'll help a little bit. But ultimately, the big thing that's going to happen with that, like right now, that's just going to be growing oil radish. And oil radish in itself doesn't make you a single penny. No, I take that back. We do actually get a government subsidy for it, if we're growing it during the winter months. And so the unfortunate reality of that government subsidy is it ain't going to be a whole lot of money. That's the reality of that subsidy, is that subsidy ain't going to be a whole lot of money. It's going to be pretty minimal on what we get from that. But, you know, an extra $1,000, $2,000 isn't nothing. But also save us some money on fertilizer, which is always welcome. And that'll all be good news. Yeah, it's still good money for the fact that I'm literally just going to go ahead and knock that down. I'm actually curious if weeds will grow in there while I've got all this going. I imagine they would. Just with the oil radish, I probably don't care. But yeah, so this I want to say can make me a couple thousand a month, and it's give or take. Some months you'll make a little bit more and a little bit less. I want to say as far as yield goes, for those who don't know, whether it's the large tarp or the large glass greenhouse, I don't believe changes what you get out of it so far as the amount of money you make. The yields are the same. But as you saw, the glass one is a much narrower profile by like 1 1/4 the size. So I was able to fit that in where the other one was like really butting up to the edge of my field, which is why I was like, I want a greenhouse, but I don't want to get that close to the edge. All right. And the good news is once I do these laps, filling this up one time, I shouldn't have to worry about being nearly as much. It looks nicer too? Yeah. It does. Now, realistically, over time, we will need to expand the number of fields we have to make this all worthwhile. Because I do have a lot of debt, and I don't have a lot of opportunity for making money, which is certainly not a combination you want. Because normally when I play this, I would be taking lots and lots of contracts early on to buy everything outright without taking any debt whatsoever, and then using that slow bit of equipment I get to allow me to then do more stuff on more fields. Okay. And I want to say it was 5 fill-ups of this thing is the same as what that takes. I do really appreciate that now that we can download all the giant software, vehicles they've added. Like, this is technically one of the modded vehicles that Giants itself, who is the company who makes the game, added. That's from their past games and whatnot. And I really appreciate that with this one. Because Farm Sim 25... Okay, that's full? Okay. Because Farm Sim 25 otherwise does run into the problem where there's just not enough, in my opinion, low-end vehicles. So when you are doing challenge runs, you kind of have to go straight from nothing to mid-tier, and at that point you're already that close, you might as well go to high tier. So having these ones are like, they're cheap, but they have a significant flaw and all that are great for kind of bridging that gap. Okay, so we get the day saved and all that, and then from there we are going to be raiding out to find someone to raid and all that stuff. So let me go ahead and get that going. I'm going to make sure I save my normal save and all that. And so we made a little bit of money, so that's good. So I'm going to go and manually save just out of paranoia. And with that, though, chat, what I'm going to go ahead and do, though, is if you are watching on YouTube, you are going to have the stream ending on you abruptly because I don't have a host lined up. But don't forget to subscribe and like over there on the YouTube side. And for those going or who are here on Twitch, don't go anywhere. I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen and finding someone for us to raid. But I do hope you have enjoyed the